little anything. I was going through cancer. He was doing weird shit to me. He was abusing the fuck out of me, y'all. And my children. There were weapons in the fucking home pushed in. I had my papa that I was going through radiation, separated from everybody. The voice, but the last thing I want to communicate with him and tell him every little fucking detail in my day. Well, I know he's screwing something next door to his workplace. Obviously, abusing all of us and telling me to stay in the cabin and knowing I get abused more for him. Yes, please explain why you think I should tell him every detail in my day. I was barely surviving at that point, and I had insulated myself just to survive the last of it and wasn't sure I was going to. I was positive I would only ever get free in a body bag. But yeah, I should have shared my heart every detail of my day. Give me a break.
Do you think there was anything that the police department or the LE or FBI didn't do they should have done in this case?
I'm not ready.
I mean, that's just a question. I mean, I understand you don't know. We're not familiar with law enforcement, but
hello, guys.
Dictate to them what they've done wrong. Same thing as what they're doing.
And it just lends to their content. I'm not gonna do it.
I got you. I understand. Well, look, Joe Sue, I appreciate you coming on. I really do. I enjoyed it. Please feel free to come on again. I'd love to have you back.
Well, hello, Danny, Ellie, everybody, Rachel, Queen Ashley.
I attack you in any way, and I wouldn't want to do that. I appreciate your candor. I appreciate you coming out with honest questions. There's some questions I have not asked you that I really don't think is necessary to ask. Again, I'm not law enforcement. I believe law enforcement has asked you everything that they need to know. As far as the accusation, if you're a liar or anything, I appreciate your honesty.
Hey, Lisa.
I don't see anything that you've said to me to make me think that you had anything to do with this child. Questions could be maybe that you're not giving out all the information, but again, we're not law enforcement, and that's the way it should be.
Yeah, like I don't know the public or YouTube or anything. These are not real investigators. They're not really trying to solve this thing. Giving out that actually it does harm, not good. These people are going to feed off of it and profit off of it, and they're already profiting off of our destruction. I mean, as a community, as a neighborhood, it is everything. In her case,
hey, ding my bell,
herself,
guardian angel.
It's like anything they can do for content. But, people in the world are not the police. They are not the feds. They're not law enforcement. And people feel like they're entitled to every little detail of all of our lives. And what these creators do.
That's Jody Sue speaking.
Real life in real time is okay. And they're nothing more than random citizens. It's basically like being stalked or terrorized by somebody from your workplace or a predator. That's what these people are. These aren't law enforcement stalking us or doxing our families or bringing out abusers. These are random citizens doing it. It is crimes you are seeing these YouTubers commit, and you all are throwing super chats at them.
I would wish that these other YouTubers, these creators, would come out and answer the questions as well as you did. I wish they would come out and answer questions just as well as you did, because
they're never going to do it.
If you've got to be held to everything that you're saying, then I think they should be held accountable also. I really do. And I appreciate you coming out there.
They all eventually will be answering a whole lot of questions.
I doubt it. Right. Not from nobody that you know, you kumquats. It's freedom of the speech. Don't you know it's July the 4th? Independence Day. America's free. YouTube's free to speak and say whatever you want to, whether you like it, kumquats like it, anybody likes it.
You've gone through hell. What's your background? Everything's going on.
Hello, Joey R.
I commend you for just coming out here and answering some of these questions. You had no reason whatsoever, as far as I was concerned. You weren't pressured into this. You came out here voluntarily to speak, and I appreciate you doing that. I've got one question. I'm gonna answer this question, but I don't see how there's any validity of what's going on. Because there is
hello, not so dumb.
People that are bad, and no matter what group you're joined or you're part of. Was Andy a Freemason?
No, That's bullshit that comes from Cher. It wasn't even a picture of Andy. It's the goofiest shit I've ever seen. Andy ain't ever like close here going to the Boy Scout school and his mom forced him. None of that. Come on, now.
I appreciate that, Jody Sue. Again, thank you for coming on, sweetie.
You're welcome. Hey, Ernie. I hope you're doing all right.
Yeah, he just showed up a while ago. Well, God bless you, sweetheart. And we'll hope to talk to you soon.
All right, we'll talk to you later. Bye, Griff.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Miss Griff. Bye.
Bye. I'm feeling okay, Crafting.
Bye.
Hello, everybody that's checked in.
There's
He's got him a scammer going.
Questions. We're going to have questions about this case. Has it cleared up anything for some? Probably not. Has it allowed more content for others? Probably so. Guaranteed. A lot of questions. I appreciate a lot of the questions. They were very, intriguing questions. Some of them were just redundant. Some of them were completely dumb. Unfounded. Really, there's no. And again, Kim said earlier in the chat that her opinions are not helping with this case. So asking questions that are just basically a speculation, or just her opinion or speculation, is not going to help this case any further. Everyone is a suspect that come out of Ronnie Lawson's mouth, and in that aspect of it, every person involved or has made themselves involved with this case has acquired that tag.
No, it does not make us no suspect. That's a lie.
Has had close contact with the parents. Anybody's had close contact with even the witnesses, or anybody that went out of their realm of thinking. Again, we're all supposed to be amateurs here. We are amateurs. Some of us are retired, so to speak. But I can only speak for myself. That's someplace that I should not have went, and I would not go. The issue is that a child is missing. The speculation and the added pressure of putting it on a witness or a next door neighbor that she didn't fulfill the information to the law is dumbfounded, because we don't know what she told the police. We know what she's told on YouTube. We know what others have told on YouTube. We don't know if them others have went to police. All we know is what they.
Hello, paramedic. River. Appreciate everybody checking in. I just wanted to hop on and see what the griff has to say.
And doing ill will,
I noticed he's using Summer to get his clicks and views.
But does it happen? I have to sadly say it does. There's many Freemasons out there that do ill will. Does that have anything to do with this case? I don't believe so. I don't believe it garners any attention. I believe it's something that does not even need to be put into context, because that's the case. Did Andy make a comment that was taken out of context at a drunk situation, at a drunk rage, up to his daughter and to Jody Sue? That was
Me either, Crafting. I figured she would.
Or was misled. Maybe it should not even have been brought up. Possibly. But it has been taken and ran with. Is there things that she has said that others have also said that it should not even be out there, but because they were said, they are out there, and they are being able to run amok with, and it's the constant badgering back and forth over common comments.
Thank you,
go into a
MAS.
barber shop, if you go into a
He's got him another
if
scam
you go
going.
into a job site,
Pretty sure.
you will hear people tell stories about their weekend. You will hear people tell stories, and they will embellish, or they will give you what they know of the story. And on top of that, they will add in the parts of it that they don't know about because they weren't there at the time. Be as simple as,
I appreciate you guys.
Went to the bathroom, took a shit. We don't know if he went and took a shit, but he went to the bathroom. We don't know what's going on. But people do this every day. We all do it. No, many upper level Freemasons are not deep in trafficking. Will you please stop putting lies out there? Unless you're one of those up in the upper level that are doing such a thing that we do not condone, please do not spread lies. That's what it's all about here. Now, again, we all embellish. We all tell stories, but to make it sound more interesting than to be bland, we embellish. It happens. But we lose focus on what's really going on. We lose focus on the fact that a child is missing. And sometimes, just like I said in the first show, as the same as what Sir Arthur Conan Doyle said when he was writing to Sherlock Holmes, it's usually the simplest thing that has transpired. If this child had accidentally met her demise on that property, somebody would have found evidence of it.
No, now then he's an investigator.
Even an abduction of this child, an unwarranted abduction, somewhere, this is just impossible for me to fathom that somebody could have found
Robonza, she was on griffs.
Without nobody seeing.
Jody Sue was on griffs. He's scum of faith, scum of YouTube.
That's all it is. But everybody is. For us to sit and throw hate at each other because I'm not your creator that likes saying this shit. I'm not your creator that you have fell suit to follow and bow down to their every begging need and supply them with funding to exploit this child. I'm sorry.
And everybody else, there's people in there calling her ice out too.
Thank you, Truth Seeking Granny.
Sure is. Jody Sue, you brought this all on yourself. Now then, you're really being watched. Shouldn't have done this foolish videos.
No closure equals more money. And one thing about it, for this to agree to disagree.
Exactly, Guardian Angel.
I respect each and every one of you. I appreciate you.
Exactly, Guardian Angel.
We meet on the level and we leave on the square. That's how it should be. We go to our separate corners and we respect each other's opinions. We do not disrespect. I appreciate each.
That's just like Ernie. He claimed for months and months and months. Hi, Bullhorn Betty. He's claimed for months and months and months. Blamed everybody on the hey, Bullhorn. Months and months and months. He had it all figured out. He had people that supposedly done it. He blamed everybody under the sun. Whenever he had nothing. He had nothing.
Every one of y'all being here this afternoon. God bless each and every one of y'all. I hope you have a great day.
I hope you're having a good day, Bullhorn Betty.
Purposes for unexploited and the unexplored ventures. I appreciate Jody Sue coming on to chat. I appreciate all the creators that was in here earlier. I appreciate everybody with their kind words, even the ones that was negative. I appreciate you taking your time out of your day to spend all this day in here. God bless each and every one of you. Again, Ernie, if you're out there, hope you're doing well.
We'll go back through here in a minute.
What you need. Again, everybody else, God bless you. Have a good afternoon. If I don't see you before the 4th, I hope you have a great holiday. I appreciate that, Ernie. God bless each and every one of y'all. Good night.
Thank you. Hey, what's going on? Thank you, Queen Ashley. Thank you, Katie. Did you catch that? Hi, Tanya.
Serial killers do on a small scale what governments do on a large one. They are a product.
So that's true. You're exactly right. But this is going to be a touchy
Thank you,
subject.
Katie.
It's going to be a touchy theory. And where we're going to embark on it is I want to be completely transparent, but I do not wish any harm toward Don Wells or Candace at all. But this is the issue we're going to have to grasp to. This is going to be where we got to have an open mind. That's what this is all about.
He sure is
It's all
crafting.
speculation and theory. But you cannot close your mind off to whatever theories you've entertained before. What other theories you've been introduced to? What other characters that you've allowed to entertain by judgment calls by others.
It is
We're going to
monetized.
keep this as a
He
clean
is
slate. We're gonna go down
monetized.
this road.
Sure is.
I want you to bear with me.
He lied.
This is not intended to be, hey Ruby, how you doing? Glad to see you here, sweetie. Now, again, this is an issue. This is a venture that we've all dealt with before, and it has caused a lot of animosity toward people. I do not want that to take place. Please understand. But I believe that when everything else has been exploited, this is the most unexplored theory, avenue. It caused me a lot of issue with certain creators claiming that I was shutting down the police departments or the law enforcement's activities by putting out these rumors. Now, folks, look, I don't have that much power. Apparently, they thought so, but again, by pushing their false rumors, their allegations, their speculative theories, they think that that's what's fueling the law enforcement. Folks, remember, we're not law enforcement. Law enforcement is handling this case. We are rookies. We are amateurs. We're not even rookies. We're not even signed on as detectives or prosecutors or police officers or private investigators. We are amateur at best. Nobody has certification. Some are retired, and we've went down these different, rabbit holes, so to speak. We've seen a lot of research that's gone wrong, that's gone awry. We've had a speculation of relationships that went on prior to the child's disappearance. Character,
Hey,
and
Nina.
also history of the parents that have fueled a lot of speculation and theory about this case. We've all seen it. But there's one avenue that seems to just fall under the whim, where there's so many that want to see closure. I myself do. And some of us have already embraced the theory that she's gone, never to be seen again, that she's been taken from this earth. And the visuals and all are very thought-provoking. They're very, impressed. I appreciate the
Hey, story, man.
morals and everything that's going on, but do we have proof of any of it? Some of us are ready to go ahead and write her off, so to speak. Don't mean that disrespectful. But there's some of us that still have hope. And that hope is we lost some of that hope, a lot of us have. We've got to the point to where we didn't realize, we're just like, there's no way in hell this child would still be alive. But then at the same time, there's no proof that this child has met its demise.
Exactly,
There's been
Katie.
no scent. There's been no remains. There's been nothing to garner either way. This is a conundrum. This is a very peculiar case that could all be centered around one significant point of freedom, of what could happen if this child was taken into the hands of law enforcement. What this could do to two individuals, or three individuals for that matter, because of her age. Because of her age. There was 4 children involved here.
It's usually the way it goes, let it be.
There
They
was
don't
7
like hearing
calls
the
to
truth.
CPS prior to her disappearance for neglect. And we know how CPS calls are. We all do this. Like I said, this is all speculative. We know, we've already seen that pushed around YouTube, how people will throw that out. CPS calls, just say that somebody attacked me, or I've got proof that y'all did this. We've seen it used as a tool for attention in YouTube, right? Y'all understand what I'm saying? So we're still going to keep an open mind, but we're going to explore this thing with those as being.
That's why I'm replaying it.
Point.
Did you catch that? Because he's a dirty deleter. They'll delete it, and they'll delete people too.
And that's where we're going to go with this. This is where we're going to explore this. That's a good point. Now I'm going to try to get this out without looking at the chat. I've got Miss Griff watching that for me. She'll be conversing back and forth. So please bear with me. I don't want to get off track here. We know that prior to June 15th, this is what we knew the day it happened. We heard the story. But after hearing the story, after the dive that went into Don Wells' past, Candace Wells' past, we were able to get information about CPS being called 7 times in 1 year for neglect, abuse, and so forth. We also know that a new law was signed into effect in Tennessee that would retro everything prior, if any cases, was on the docket. That any child under the age of 8 years old was taken from a family. That requires going to court. And that if there were signs of neglect,
it requires going to court anyway. You jackass.
Parents could be accountable and be assigned to do jail time for their actions toward that child under the age of 8 years old. There was 4 kids involved: Joseph, Wyatt, Waylon, and Summer.
Who, Scumbucket River?
Of the 4 children, there was only one under the age of 8 years old. Now, through prior testimony, or say testimony, let's just say testimony, for the benefit of saying that YouTube is a court of law. Okay, let's just go there hypothetically here. Through the testimony of the stepsisters, Don Wells, we were able to acquire the information that Don Wells had done this before, that he had avoided CPS. They had come out several times on this case for the 4 children, that he had avoided them. There was an ultimatum date put out for June 17th, 2 days after Summer's disappearance. They were coming to the house. They had come out there several times, knocking on the door, couldn't get in. There's been a testimony from stepsisters that in other situations with his other children from a previous relationship, that they would avoid CPS. They would even literally leave town and then come back after the dust up. We've seen that all. Now, mind you, I'm not, just as all speculation and theory. This is a theory that has not been explored, and it's not, if you explore it, it requires closure, and that's why I'm believing it has not been touched, because drama don't want closure. Just bear with me here.
He is a clown.
With the absence of CPS in the home due to the fact that the parents not answering the door, avoiding the issue, so to speak, they stretched this out as far as they could. Summer was in the process of fixing to get ready to go to kindergarten. This opens a big, broad door for this issue in this case, because now this child would not be able to be protected at home.
He's probably looking for his next piece of meat, thinking she's got money.
This child could open her mouth. She could say things to people that could be looked at suspicious. There was a lot of open doors here. And if somebody of sane mind or of intelligence that might have the thought of what's going on or knew the situation in the family would have brought it to Don Wells' attention, he might have seen it himself, might have read the newspaper where he's seen the headlines about the new case, the new law that had come into effect to protect children. Now, you look at the conversations that Don Wells had about the child, the abductors, so to speak. He did not even want to wish jail time. Did not want to wish anybody to go to prison. Because why? Because he had been there and he didn't like it. Now, this is the person that supposedly had taken his child. You look at key information coming out of their mouths using just what their words. And again, this is not speculation. It's a speculative theory. But what I'm doing to put this theory in order is I'm putting it through the use of their own words, terminology. Now, some of these words,
It is
terminology, and all these
speculation.
events, when these questions have been asked on via YouTube through the creators, some of it has been whitewashed. Some of it has been changed by the enablers to tell us, oh, that's not what he meant. But we're going to go ahead and use what words come out of their mouth. And we're going to hold them accountable for those words just to get this speculative theory out. I think it needs to be entertained. Basically, in the sake of transparency. I mean, if we're going to sit there and we're going to attack certain individuals because of how they talk, we're going to attack certain individuals for making speculative theories, then why don't we bring all theories to the table? Why don't we try to open the door for all of them, so to speak? And again, this is going to be a touchy subject that some people are going to disapprove of, but it's not so much disapprove because we can disapprove about all kind of things out there, but it's still pushed out in our face for monetary gain, and that's not what this is for.
Not what it's for. Well, cut your monetization off, Bill.
This is exploring the possibilities. Don Wells makes a statement that he did not wish prison time.
Welcome back, Story.
He wants his child back. That's understandable to an extent. People say, well, you don't know how you're going to act with somebody. That's fine. We throw that out there. But let's just go by what he said. EquiSearch spent so much time out there.
I just want people to hear this clown's way of thinking.
Picked the child up, put it in a vehicle, and gone. The abduction theory has not been held up by court because there's been no proof of it. There's no sign of an assault. There's no sign of something happening that would endeavor and would even solidify that as being an actual proof of something happening. We don't know. But we have words that's come out. There have been words, statements that have been made. Though they've been called, irresponsible. He didn't mean to say those statements. He didn't mean that, but let's just go past that. Get the enablers out of the way. Let's look at this theory with open minds, please. You've got neglect in that house. It's obvious. We've seen that. I'm not saying that's against the parents. Let's get past that. Let's get to the damn stern issue of it. And if it offends anybody, I apologize. I'm not trying to. But let's go ahead and look at the point of neglect. The history of neglect in a family. We've all seen, we've all heard the neglect situations. We've also heard from the stepsister. So that is just a speculation, but we're going to add it into this to try to look at the theory here. That he had also tried to sell his kid to a dope dealer downtown Utah. This was all.
Ernie, go the fuck on. I'm not your friend. Get out of here.
That's what we're going to use to push this theory.
The fireworks I hope you see, Ernie, is the blue lights picking your ass up again. That's what I hope for you. Now go on. I'll never have no use for you, Ernie Shell. Get the fuck out of my chat. You're a scammer. You're a piece of trash. Get the fuck out.
Child, Don Wells' daughter from a previous relation. From them.
Let me make myself clear, you little piece of fucking shit. What's my goddamn phone number, you little motherfucking kumquat? Tell me what my phone number is. I ain't goddamn got nothing to say to you, you piece of shit. Don't you come in here handing me talk the other day, you lying little motherfucker. Don't pull them goddamn lies. Go play in the fucking streets. I don't feel sorry for you, Ernie. Look here. We talked the other day. You're a lying motherfucker. You're a liar. You're a piece of shit. You're lower than scum of the earth. Now get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. I have nothing to say to you, Ernie. Nothing except for the lights that I hope you see for the 4th of July is fucking red, white, and blue. Where you playing in the streets, motherfucker? I don't feel one bit sorry for you, fucking meth head.
But it was cut short because the mother still wanted to have ties with the child. And the Marion did not want that. They did not want them being involved with children. That was the whole point of getting the child away from it. That would be kind of a bad issue.
I'll tell you what, Ernie, dox me. You know my name. Give the motherfucking number out, bitch, in chat. You fucking kumquat. You don't got my motherfucking number. Nor have I talked to you, nor will I ever talk to you, except for knocking your fucking teeth out. Now that's a threat. I'm gonna knock your fucking teeth out whenever you come up to my face.
So,
Snort, snort, little
with
man.
that information, you can look at the characteristic trail of events that could lead up to an apparent situation going on. We have had children taken away from them and put into adoption.
Why don't you go back over there with your boyfriend Xander and your whore Tina and jump off a fucking cliff somewhere? Why don't you do that? You and all are sorry pieces of fucking shit.
Because of neglect. All this is in their past. Now people can change. This is what we're using to get this out. This unexplored, exploited, the unexplored.
And yes, I said whore, Tina.
Closure on this case. And that's the reason why it's not been explored. John Wells knows he does not have to worry about or Candace or Grandis. As long as there was no bodily harm to the children, there would not be any jail time afflicted to him if they took the kids away, if they've done got this far with neglect. But a new law goes into effect. That changes things. He's got a child under the age of 8 years old, a 5-year-old that is fixing to start kindergarten, and they've got CPS breathing down their neck.
Yes, he's constantly snorting, and he's also got that I just pumped the fucking neighbor's cat look, looking for another scam look on his face.
June 17th, fixing to come around. Well, then, upon Summer's disappearance, June 17th was put on hold. It was pushed back. Sometime in July, the 3 boys, was taken into custody from this house. Don Wells claimed it was for their own protection because of outside phone calls, outside interference with the case, death threats, you name it, whatever. Entertain this. Don Wells, a man that's spent time in prison.
I don't see entertainment in it.
Wishes to go back to
kids are missing, you piece of shit. There ain't no fucking entertainment in kids missing.
Someone else. He thinks they're going to try to take him to jail, even though his actions might have warranted it. Chooses an alternative. Now, not saying that he's a man that can harm a child, but is he a man that can neglect a child? We don't know either. Let's just go down that trail. Okay?
That way they can't say I'm hiding behind my thing. I'll come out from behind this computer, bro.
Neglected a child to the point to where issues could befall him. With a new law out there now, he's got issues. Something he was not too much worried about, losing children. Apparently, before in their past, could they start anew? Some people are like that. Let's carry on like this too, shall we? Let's keep that mindset. Let's spin. This is all theory and speculation. I'm not out trying to just discredit anybody or upset anybody. This is for closure. I'm trying to give you an attempt at something that nobody else wants to do. Nobody else wants to entertain, because that is the issue we've got here.
Thank you, River.
Closure equals more money. So let's just dive in. Upon the new law being put into effect, which it did shortly after this happened, but there was a retro act embraced on this law that any case that was ongoing before the law was implemented, it could possibly be retroactive.
That's just like Ernie. He's got a kid and had a kid he ain't never took care of. Just like Griff. He's got grandkids. He treated his kids like shit while he was running meth houses. Birds of a feather flock together. Ernie Shell and his boyfriend Griff.
Plans had to be made. What do? We can't all 4 kids disappear. We can't have it that way. The 3 boys, we'll get them back. But if Summer goes down, if they take her, every one of us could possibly spend time in jail. Because we have not taken care of these kids. It's obvious. Now, this is all speculation. I'm just saying this if we're in that situation.
Exactly, Joan.
Plans are made.
Nicolina.
Opportunities fall with timelines and guidelines prior
Alex.
to June 17th. There is an opportunity. There is somebody that could easily come down there.
Katie, you are exactly right.
There's a possibility that we could have somebody come down here.
He must have.
And
Did
help
you
us
catch
out.
that?
They can take her away from here. And we could basically walk away from this. Could that be a well-minded, crafty idea? It could possibly be, but well, the law's hands would be held and handicapped in that is there is no proof of anything happening to this child. This child is just up and vanished. So there goes the theory that she didn't just vanish. She was taken off that property by somebody in a well-planned effort, right under the watchful eyes, or maybe the eyes that was not really, that was distracted at certain moments, whatever.
Hey, Redstone. Chasing Justice, thank you for
Don Wells
joining.
himself has made
Thank you, guys.
remarks about the red truck. The red truck come into view. It has been brought up by
Are you
several
okay,
people that say
Nicolina?
this truck. This truck has been brought up several times. What is the deal with this truck? We have sit there and accused several people of owning this truck. Where did this truck come from? Who had this truck? This truck with the construction rack on it, ladder rack.
Exactly, Katie. Are you
This truck
okay,
has been
Nicolina?
seen several times in the Ben Hill area. Could you think it's a distraction? Well, let's just go with this theory right quick, Tim. Just humor me a little bit, please. He mentions the fact about this truck being there the day of her abduction, supposedly in his words. He stated that he walked down, he was going down his driveway, and he seen a truck there, 4-wheeler stuck on his property, a cop there, policeman. He helped the guy get the 4-wheeler unstuck. Then he asked the cop if he could take pictures, and the cop states, "Sure, Mr. Wells, no problem." And then he notices a woman in the cab of the truck, underneath the blanket, long hair. He goes through a descriptive conversation telling us these details. That was later, within 24 hours, pulled back by his enablers because, that ain't what he meant. Almost like a hush moment. The red truck. The red truck. There were several pictures of it. Even Robin Lane's grandfather or father owned a red truck. We all went down in line. That was keeping her in town, keeping her in house, keeping her around here to where she's somewhere hidden, somewhere in town. Nobody wanted to embrace the theory of maybe a possible red truck coming from out of town. Possible red truck that was from somewhere else. Possible red truck that was tied to a silver camper in another state. A red truck that quite possibly was the means of transporting this child from Tennessee to Indiana to Wisconsin. Now, this picture here has been going around. We've seen this picture. This picture actually come off of a video that was a memorial for Summer Wells. With her short hair, she looks beautiful in that picture, don't she? Don't she just? She's captivated. That little child has captivated every one of her hearts. If you look at this picture, all you see is the picture of a woman with her arms caressing the child, loving on a child. Could this be a proof of life picture? Now, mind you, folks, this is a possibility here. If you were able to visually look at the neckline of this picture, now I'm going to try to bring this up.
He's exploiting her pictures now.
I'm going to try to blow it up in my downloads. I'm going to try to get it up, if you don't mind.
He's just like Ernie.
We're going to look at this and see if I can get it up. Hang on. I want to deep dive. Again, this is all speculation. There's no sense of getting everybody's, panties all out extortion. But this picture was a screenshot of a video. But it's a very telling picture that has not been explored, nor has it been entertained, due to the fact it could show a little bit of closure. Now, again, this is all speculation. I'm not trying to cause anybody any ill harm. But why not entertain this? If we can entertain theories that somebody in that area, per se, they going after Jody Sue, saying that she had something to do with the child. Going after Baltimore, saying he had something to do with the child. All these wild rumors, speculation, just off comments that was made, that was taken out of context, so to speak. Why not speculate that the possibility of this child, again, I think Jody Sue said it in the comments just a while ago, a controlled abduction. An abduction that is left without sign of life, without a child being demised, without this child leaving the confines of her home voluntarily. Why is this not entertained? Why?
There's people that children that disappear.
Because it closes the door.
Because I believe that everybody should have their own opinion.
This closes the door on all proceeds that could be garnered. Now I'm going to share this to the screen where I can blow this up where y'all can see what I'm talking about. So y'all bear with me. Okay. Appreciate each and every one of y'all being here. And again, this is not trying to be
pertaining
to throw this out of proportion. I want you to look at something.
that people
Now, let me get this on here. I'm going to try to get it where you can see it. I hope you can see it.
And I've always garnered that opinion. It's okay for them to bitch about their
All
first
right, you see it on the screen. You
but
see
the
it?
people they're
No,
bullying
that's
don't
the
have a chance in hell.
Let me get the other one off. I've got the
See what I'm saying, Trent? That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying
screenshots off here.
Everybody's entitled
I have
to
the screenshot. Okay, let's get this on there. Add the string.
I'm not saying that, sweetheart. That's not what I'm saying. Please.
Because I did not know.
All right, here we go. Now I'm gonna get this, blow this up a little bigger, and I'm gonna try to get it because I've got it on my
I applaud her.
Gmail. I'm gonna try to blow up something where y'all can see this. So if y'all, hopefully y'all can see it.
AFO video.
Just bear with me a second. Let me get on there.
No, I was just taking that chat off.
All right, come on, go over. Bring it back to the chat for a minute. All right, here we go. Now,
But that
this
was
is the
pushed
picture.
by people that have
Some.
really bullied.
This is the woman here. She's wearing, as you can tell, can I get a one in chat? You can tell that it's the
There you
hospital
go.
smock. It's the
Everything's
nurse's
a
smock.
mockery.
She's wearing.
Everything's for clicks and views. Whatever
Y'all
sounds
see that?
good. Whenever the bullies can
Now
become
I'm gonna
victims.
zoom in a little bit.
that can also create their own suspects
Try to get it
and
up a
go
little
after
bit closer.
people anytime they want to.
Now you see,
And as long
that's
as
carrying hands
there's
right there.
people
They're
out
carrying
there
hands
still
around this child's arms. You know,
They
she's
speak in
holding
their
this
own
child. This
mind. It's
child
okay for the
got
police.
some nice clothes.
Bullshit. Just
really
on
fixed
what's
up.
being
It's
said
right here. I don't
without
know if it's
even
slide left
taking
or
into
right.
consideration
I
what's
hate
being
this all
said
there,
by
but
the
I want
parents
you to,
themselves.
that was just from the screenshot I was taking. But we're going to try to blow this up a little bit more if we can. I want you to see what is written here. And it's hard to see, I know, and I apologize for that. But this is a smock or either to me, it looks like the outline of a smock, or it could be a badge necklace. I believe it's the smock itself. You can see on the left-hand side, which would be the right, over the right ear of Summer, you can see a word, WISCONSIN. That says Wisconsin. You can see the word, or DV, or VD, excuse me, VDCACE, advocacy. Wisconsin, there's a word here that starts out right here. Could that be a W? Could that be a W for Wisconsin Women's and Children's Advocacy? Could it quite possibly be that?
We're going to look at this and see.
Now, folks,
If I can get it up.
yeah, you look like Scrubs.
So
Would Wisconsin? Would she be wearing? Would Robin be wearing a Wisconsin? You know,
From there.
advocacy. Why would a picture be
Could that
taken with
well-minded
this
crazy
child,
idea? It could possibly
even if
be
it was somebody
the
just
law
picked up the
hands
smock at a
handicap
thrift
that.
store?
If there's no
This
proof
is not
of
their
anything
home. This is
happening
not
to
the
the
house
child,
they live in.
the child is just up and
You stepped
vanished.
out the backside of. You don't know if it's the house or if it's where they dropped her off at the advocacy center. It could be the kitchen. It could be like you
Can
can
become
at
victim.
home. We don't know what these places look like.
Dude, they still watch.
Good morning.
This picture garners attention, doesn't it? Now, it's not Robin. I didn't think it was anyway. This looks like a caring woman that has just taken this child from an unknown person to protect this child. No telling what they told them. Now, if this was the case, we don't know what
Had anything?
happened. But we do know that earlier in 2021 or 2020, that there was a trip taken by the kids to Wisconsin that the kids went on. We do know that. But if there is no evidence of this child being abducted, all we've had is speculation. We've had attacks put on people just because they might have wild ideas, so to speak. Does that place exist, Cynthia Burke? Does the Wisconsin Women's and Children Advocacy, is it an actual place? We're going to use rumors, and we've seen the allegations of they'll touch that shoe too, so your money to the forefront. Go with that.
I'm going to scroll up a little bit and see what Jody Sue had to say. Okay?
You're not
Give me-
helping this child's case.
Give me just a second. I'm going to scroll up to see.
You know when the time was going to happen and when it. Well, I'm a type of person. I'll put it this way: if she does know what happened to that child, I'm thankful that somebody was able to step in and protect this child. That's my opinion. And I don't think poor Summer. I think
Because I did not know.
it's okay. For them
Okay,
to
she's
think about their
fixing to
first
go
step,
on
right?
here in a
But
second.
the people they're bullying don't have a chance in hell. They're supposed to shut the fuck up and move on.
Ain't nobody bullying except for you.
They're not allowed to speak their mind.
She'll be on here in just a second.
I know what you mean, Hopeful. But it's out there. Again, we had a very good conversation last night on Bob and Laura on their chat, trying to figure out where to go to where we are allowed to still expose these people for the untruths they are, for the lies and allegations they put out.
And that's all it is, guys. And that's all it is about him.
She does not monetize on Summerwell's video. What is she covering up, though, True Crime? What makes you think it's a cover-up? Why do you think possibly she knows about what's happened to this child?
You're monetized on it.
If she does know what happened to that child, I'm thankful that somebody was able to step in and protect this child. That's my opinion. And I don't think poor Summer. I think poor Summer before it all happened. I do believe that this child was being neglected. I do believe something was going on with this child. Now, I do believe in due process at the same time. But I cannot sit there and blame somebody if they possibly, and I've said possibly, it's out there, if Jody Sue, if you had something to do with protecting this child, then I applaud you. How do you know something? Well, she wasn't protected before that. She wasn't protected. She was not being protected by her mother and father. See what I'm saying, True Crime? That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that your theories, everybody's entitled to their
You hear the way he
opinion.
talks to his
And I'm not saying,
people.
Judge Sue, that you ain't covered. I'm not saying that, sweetheart. That's not what I'm saying. Please understand that I'm trying to be just as transparent as possible. I'm trying to cover all opinions here. If that was the case, then I applaud her for her due diligence to try to help that child. But I'm not saying that that's what happened. I'm saying that we have allowed ourselves to believe this bullshit just on what's being said without even taking in consideration what's being said by the parents themselves. Do you understand what I'm saying? Can I get a 1 in the chat if you can agree with what I'm saying here? There is proof in the pudding in a lot of things, but we're going the wrong direction. Look, it doesn't matter if she was a disgruntled neighbor. Jody Sue, I'm not trying to say that about you. I'm just trying to just put it out there, and I don't mean no disrespect. It doesn't matter if she didn't like kids. It doesn't matter if she was pissed off about the land deal. Does that mean that she had anything to do with this child? Come on, folks. Are we not educated enough in our own mental thoughts to understand that? I mean, I am.
He's sorry for that,
John.
John.
This will not be an attack on Jody Sue by no means. You will be respectful in chat. That's the way it's going to be, or you'll be kicked out. And Mod, you know this. We're not playing this game. I want her to come up because, I mean, this is her. And I'm not going to say she has to keep doing this. If she wants to make an attempt at this, so be it. This has got to stop eventually. There's the chat, Jody Sue. There's a link.
She's coming up now, guys. I was just curious what she had to say.
I'm going to take this off right now.
I caught the last of it, so I brought it back up. I'm replaying it. He's a grifter. Hog sucker kumquat. That talks to women like crap.
I think people have taken things out of context way too much.
He never took care of his own kids. That's like another one we know.
Men, they'll touch that shoe too, Solanina. I mean, it's a possibility. Again, we're going to be respectful. We're not going to be playing games. 4 men, they'll touch that shoe too, Solanina. I mean, it's a possibility. You might turn your volume down a little bit. We're respectful. We're not going to be playing games. 4 men, they'll touch that shoe too, Solanina. Okay.
Yeah, it's just like with Ernie. He started dirty deleting.
How you doing, sweetie?
Hello, Susie. Here's Jody.
Bobby? You doing all right?
I'm making it. I'm finally getting over this the C word.
That stuff's rough. We've had it a couple.
Now check this out, guys.
Messes up a lot of people.
Remember from my last live? Check this out. My last live, Griff said he had to get up and work the next morning. Guess what he just said? I'm just now getting over COVID. So you mean to tell me that that place is letting him work with COVID?
I'm making it through.
He
I
can't
know
tell
I've
the
seen
truth.
things that you've been dealing with.
He ain't had
The
COVID.
attacks,
Yeah, he made a little live, if I remember correctly, after that at his work. So that means tell me he ain't got COVID.
people that are trying to spy on you and all that kind of stuff going on in the house. They're all trying to find some kind of context they can get out there.
Oh yeah.
It's another
Just
one
like
of his
a lot of things
feel
you
sorry,
watch
oh,
on
I've
it,
been
no,
sick.
it's got
I got
really a
COVID
lot
whenever
of
he's at
things,
work.
you know.
Well, as far as
Let
this
me make
goes,
sure
I
I'm
don't know where
right
to
now.
start.
Let me go look.
As far as the word, just cut the chat about the sedative thing. You want to explain yourself about what that's all about? Here, I want to.
If you watch my video and like I went ahead and unlocked the FAAFO video.
His little short.
Soldiers were like, well, we're gonna run it anyway because we all taped it. You know, and I guess they think that's better. But anyway, and you know the rules. You gotta stop and start every 30 seconds and speak over it.
Yes, he did. He made a little live, guys.
So, you know,
So he's still pulling that COVID string. And this live was a few days ago. You can go look at it. It's where he's grinding on something other. You look up his name. He's the grifter. They don't call him the grifter for nothing.
It's easy to spin the narrative of it. And one part of it, you know, and I've been going over it myself and the other couple that are titled Rinse and Repeat, right? Mm-hmm. But anyway, there's a part in there when I say, you know, that it's weed
he ain't saying no more than the already out there.
What else? I clearly state that many times because I did not know what all the hell was going on until after I've made explicitly clear throughout the videos. Anyway, but there's one part where I say that, you know, even weed would have a sedative effect on little ones. You know what I mean? It would have a sedative effect. You know, you got to think those are little, you know, and kids. They're, you know what I'm saying?
I got you. So like Benadryl, so to speak.
Never once, ever in the video, that whole 11 hours, say he was selling sedatives to the children.
Okay.
And so
that was the weed was used as sedative, baby.
And I was like, you know, that could have had a sedative effect or whatever. But then there's another part where I talk about, you know, them being at the hippie shop and all that day, right? Summer vanished. And I'd always had concern that maybe those vapes or something where if they were the fake, you know, that, you know what I mean, the dangerous synthetic stuff, that maybe, you know, it slowed her down enough to where, like, if somebody had given her that, like, you know, one of the last couple people known to be around her had supplied her, given her, forced her to, you know, partake of
I see you did. You catch that
synthetic stuff. The day she vanished, then it could have slowed her down if she was left outside unattended for as long as I assumed she was. And she may not be able to run away from somebody's, you know, taking her or something. You know what I mean? Right.
Yeah, I know he claimed he had heart problems. He said that I was following him on that. But I'm wondering what medicines. I'm looking at 7 different kind of medicines right here. 7 different kind of medicines right here. I'm wondering what kind of medicines they got him on.
Okay, if that was the case, well, that's just a damn assumption. If that was the case, she was abducted involuntarily.
Or trolled even. They could have done it on purpose. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And, you know, knowing they were going out, whatever, she'd be woozy off of, you know, whatever may have been given to her by Candace Grandis, or, you know, you get what I'm saying, because I don't want to put the other children in it. But, you know, if it was controlled, then, you know, and so it's like, but yeah, I never said that he sold the children sedatives. I said weed, and TM's made it this whole thing. And I really have a part in that video where TM comes into my chat.
She
I
just
name her by
mentioned
name, and
Tiffany
she wants
Marie.
clarification. And I literally say, TM, all I know, like, and it's like the 4 hour, I think, 16-minute mark in the video, the FAAFO.
Somebody told him
And I'm
stop
like,
deleting
Tiffany,
comments as
I
long
was
as they
like,
aren't
all I
being
know is there's
absolutely
some weed. I don't know
disrespectful.
what else, you know? But
You were talking about Andy. You're talking about Baltimore, right?
yeah. And Tiffany was well aware. She had had clarification before all this shit went downhill, and there's proof of it. That I never said that. If anybody listens to that damn video themselves, not once do I ever say he was selling sedatives to children or otherwise. Like, I don't
But
know.
you also know, but you ought to be clear, it was said plural by the girls. The girls you were talking to and pertaining was sort of like, you could say, for instance, I'm just hypothetical to me, could you possibly be talking about Allie's daughters as well? Ones who was going up there.
Because there was more children that, and I'd just rather not say which families.
So it was basically, you were basically pertaining to all the kids that was going up there partaking.
There's another part.
He'll do whatever it takes, Joan,
right now too,
just like Ernie Shell to get $1.
Trying to work all these months to get him out, to use him to trigger me, and it did, and I really thought it was bullshit because I was starting that live about Squall, and why it was this creepy local batshit lady has ties back, was watching all of us out of her own mouth, admittedly, for the weeks preceding summer vanishing. That's weird. So then, she's the first one with the idea of the marathon as well. I'm like, what is happening? There's all kinds of things in the background I'm getting right now that are just weird. They could tie back in, but she's the first one with the marathon idea. Then was pissed because the rest of these creators took it from her early on. And it's right about the time Dawn starts talking about
took it from her early on
at the 6-month mark early on. And there's Squall right up at 110 like she's denied before, but recently, oops, he was like, yeah, I was up there, and this the other, and admitted it. And I would see her on vid chats with Candace when Candace and I would talk, and she was going on other names up there, pretending to be somebody she wasn't. Right after summer vanished, something is really funny was grown. She's connected to some of the worst families that, chickens and hair, but that don't happen as much. These other ones are, if you had to say cornbread mafia, even though it's not, it's worse than that. That's what she connects back to. So I find it a little funky. And so anyway, that's what that live was supposed to be about. And then, they do the plant in my chat, right? And it says, oh, well, here's Voldemort speaking. And I'm like, what? I was like, this is bullshit. They're running some of the early recordings I knew they had, right? And nope, I go there, and there he is wearing my shirt. And it was just disgusting. And I was like, I mean, it did. And that's what he was brought up for, to trigger me. And it worked a little bit. But I was like, it's it. I've had it. Here he is, clearly wearing my shirt on purpose at the trigger. And it was just like, fuck him. I'm not. And if I have to use my voice and my truth to speak in order to protect us, that's what I'm going to do. And so, he can sit, because for a year I've been tormented by what all the possibilities are and all the pieces I've put together after, and I clearly state that in the video as well. If people would listen for themselves without a creator taking material and talking over it every 3 seconds, telling people what I must mean. That's not how that works,
We'll spit it out.
Clarity here. Christina Logan asked, have TBI been given this information? Did you talk to them, or did they ask you about any?
Yeah, that's the thing, Griff. The messages I let out between Andy and I, right, to the public, to give the timeline, they now try to spin too, because they want to tell people what it must mean. Those messages, what's blacked out in them, is stuff about that. And I immediately had to explain, because I looked at the FBI and I was like, hold on, I've got a way to, give you the times for exactly when I heard or saw or this and other, you know what I mean? And an estimation. And I took out my phone, and they sat down with me with a big notebook, and obviously that was included in the messages. And I was like, well, it is what it is, and explained. And obviously that they are aware of his activities because it's in those messages. I had to tell him wasn't trying to hide anything, you know what I mean? And still are. It's like, man, summer's worth, it was like, fuck it. It was immediately like, I mean, what choice do you make? You go, well, I'm not, you know what I'm saying? So it was like, well, and it's like, so there are the messages. Immediately, I got the phone, gave them the messages. They took the messages, took statements, etc. I mean, obviously. I mean, these are the feds, Griff. I don't know why people think that this is some sort of Barney Fife thing. You know what I mean? And they still do. They act like do you know how many profilers, feds, agencies, our team members, and all this we've been face to face with for all this time? This was not a joke, man. And
well, this one here says
bullshit and lie to those people. You know what I mean?
You're right. I've got this comment come up. You should have called police. Maybe Summer would still be here. Can we look at that right there?
Why would I call police? They were already there when Summer vanished.
Right. And to be honest with you, what would that have entailed if the case this in this theory that we're talking right now of her being a planned abduction, planned takeout?
I guess people
would you be more comfortable with her still being there if this was actually, if anything was actually going on there? We've already seen the sign of neglect of the kids. That's why they took the kids away. It wasn't because of the fear.
No, they took the kids away because Donna and Candace both positive for really hard dope.
Well, that's my point. Do you think they would have been better off still staying there? I mean, the chain of events has happened. These people are saying
they didn't take the kids until afterwards.
My question is, where would you say?
I don't think somebody should ever be there again.
Yeah, would you want the kids to stay right there? Would y'all be more happy with them kids involved in a neglectful environment? Or would you be happy knowing this child taken care of and other 3 boys are taken somewhere else and being taken care of? I mean, that to me, does it make it better if you see her face here running around in a yard with neglect? I'm lost there. That's where I'm confused. Why would they be all this pretending? They're blaming you because they're saying someone will still be here. In all rationality, you didn't have nothing. You didn't have nothing to do with it. Why did you popped off? She must have lost signal. But in all rationality, y'all sit there and blame this woman for something that she had nothing to. You can come back up. There she is. Okay, there she is. But y'all blame this woman for something that she had nothing to do with. In basicality, she might not have had a damn thing. I don't think she did at all. But to want her back in that environment would be absurd. In my
people, like the one you have up there, you should have called police. Maybe somewhere still to be here. Man, I didn't know that, like Andy was clearly aware she was being abused. I didn't know. He hid it from me. Candace and Dawn both have masks for everybody.
That's what gets me, Cody. These people think that is so easy. They make that comment. It's like right here.
She didn't know.
If you knew your parents were neglectful, why did you wait? You know, there was a. We talked about this last night on Truth Be Told.
I didn't wait. That's the thing.
Right.
They don't know what the hell's been done in the background. They're just being told shit. The rest of the community took care of these kids while year after year after year, DCS was continually at that house. What do you want all of us to do? Double call DCS?
Yeah, but she said she didn't know.
It's looking like it's what they want. If they want somebody to be the blame. They want somebody to blame for this.
Didn't know the kids was being neglected. So that tells me she didn't know nothing about them until this start of summer missing.
A.M. in the morning to eat a fucking bottle with. It damn sure wasn't DCS. It wasn't none of these random assholes who want to judge online now.
She just said she didn't know, Katie.
This come up
and
about the liquor and sippy cups, summer in the shower.
Liquor and sippy cups, it's another spin. You can go back and listen to my damn videos where I clearly say the first time I met Candace, she had the next youngest, and I don't want to mention names. I know everybody else is comfortable with names, but I don't want to do that. She had him on the front of the dirt bike with her with a diaper that weighed 43 pounds. And in a sippy cup, she had liquor, and she clearly told him no when he reached for it. He was thirsty. It pissed me off. She kept sitting there. It was hot.
A diaper can't weigh that
She was like, no. And I was like, why in the hell is she not letting him have a sippy cup? And then she laughed like it was funny. I was like, that's my liquor and it's there, but at least she wasn't giving it to him, right?
So she was drinking out of a sippy cup. She was drinking out of a sippy cup herself. See, folks, y'all jump on things and y'all don't pay attention to the final. Y'all getting the excerpts of these stories. Look, why is
it's
that
there on my Facebook videos, dude. They can go watching themselves. If they would just watch and listen to them fucking selves instead of these creators who spend shit for money. And they never once stop to think these creators are no more than they are or I am. They are random people across the country and world who start YouTubes who have no qualifications, have longer criminal records than Candace and Dawn ever thought about, and clearly have addictions and shit of their own. They are nobodies. And they're destroying lives in cases like Summers while you all pay them to use our names. And they've got you
exactly, Amber.
I don't have a right to my own name or your information or to throw a PayPal up. But they do. They can make money on our names and our stories and the destruction of our lives. And you all help to push out there. And that's not right. And I'll tell you what, it didn't monetize until recently, 2 months ago? Right. I've only had 2 payouts. One was $300, one was a little over $1,000. And
shit, you done better than us. We ain't had but 3, and they all been over $100. I think the most was $120, and that was 5 fucking months ago, pardon my friend.
But we're not in it for that. We're not. But I mean,
and I do not run anything on anything where it's got Summer and it's full on Summer in the case. I don't monetize those videos. The only time I throw a PayPal is whatever, and I don't know what people think is coming into that son bitch, but I'll tell you, it mostly sits there and grows cobwebs, which is fine. But we have given up everything. My savings is spent, we're depleted, whatever. But there is no way, and that just recently I started throwing it up a few weeks back, right?
Right.
So it was
it doesn't matter. I mean, that's it. Look, you're living in the confines of your place. You're not able to get outside. This is income for you, and I don't have a problem with that. You're not garnering attention. You're showing everybody where the attention's been landing in your lap.
And for years, these assholes have been making a fortune. There are websites showing there has been millions made on sites to these random folks around the country that are bigger criminals than what they're, quote, investigating.
Yeah, then claimed she was on a 4-wheeler with liquor.
Media
and didn't say nothing.
Sheriffs across country that have told the same group of cons to stay the hell out of cases before Summers. Right. Because they're destroying them.
Okay, well, Jody, do you
have no idea of the lengths they go to destroy all of us in the cases, because guess what? Keeping these children from being found is the goal, because that makes more money. That's why they're so happy at the pavilion at Duck Island the other day and already elated that we're going to have a second one next year. You know, there wasn't a vigil. It was a party because they're still making money on Summer.
Right. Well, let's get back to this. There's some people asking questions. And I want to just for clarity, if you don't mind asking, do you ever have a problem answering some of the questions? I mean, we'll keep this as civil as I'll get it. I'm not gonna ask no. This ain't gonna be no trolls in here asking stupid comments. This is gonna be just a pertinent question.
And there were crime time I answered her. There was no search warrant at any of my family's properties. There wasn't a search warrant served on 125 either. And the cops know they never have to have that. If they need something, they can come. But there's never been any of that shit. Keys is just freaking spinning and.
So you allowed them to search. You allowed them to search their property, correct?
125. There was no doubt. Like it was like.
Griff, you ain't too good at this. Benny's good at this.
Not having to have a search warrant, you allowed them to come on property.
Absolutely, with no question asked.
That's for me. I mean, to me, that's why that's just for clarity. To me, if you're a neighbor, I can see that. I mean, of course, you're trying to say.
Exactly. Did you catch
They're
that?
saying that, but you see, Ronnie Lawson and everybody else, if you all just simply
Griff
go back
is
to the news
monetized
clips
on it too.
WJHL, clearly states no search warrants had to be served there. The only one I know of personally is on Candace and Dawn's, and that wasn't the first night. It was days and days in, right, when they went to church one day. Why? I don't know. Don't care. It's not my business, right? But there was no search warrant served at 125. There didn't have to be. The entire community opened the doors, was like, here you go, have at it. This is the first missing child from Beach Creek, and it wasn't a game. It's still not a game. Summer matters.
Okay, I'm going to clear this up right quick.
Saying is that where I am now had a search warrant on it, and that's bullshit. There was no evidence found anywhere near us ever.
Right. Well, let me ask
just
you.
want to attack my son more.
Right. I want to clarify this right here. She just got through saying about the sippy cup that the child was trying to drink out of the sippy cup.
Why didn't she get help
Never
then?
let her get the sippy cup.
She never said nothing.
That Candace made the comment, that's my liquor in the sippy cup. She was drinking out of the sippy cup, not the child.
He's monetized. I just seen it in
the kid was not
while I was watching
cup.
him. He's Griff is monetized.
The closest thing at hand to travel with her liquor.
She had in her hand, she probably had dishes piled up in the damn sink. She grabbed something, put liquor in.
At the time, she didn't even have like a sink. The well water sucked. There wasn't that many dishes up. There wasn't even a fucking kitchen counter that had been built yet.
Thank you. Does that not give you clarity right there? People are not paying attention to what's actually
hell, at that time, Summer comes along not after that. And, I mean, they didn't even have damn nipples in the house.
Welcome, Jackie Blue.
Come on, people.
Searching
she
for
was
truth.
lazy and had the liquor traveling around. Well,
Thank you,
when
guys.
I call the police or anything on, and that was the first time I met her. I was like, holy shit, y'all.
Okay, well, I'm going to clear this up right here. I've been in the grocery stores where I've seen a parent toting a child with a damn big ass diaper on that swore slam out, a child dirty and mouth. Do you constantly call the police on every person you see like that? Even though she's been in this hindsight.
What about riding a four-wheeler with liquor, hauling a kid?
She's seen a woman
Griff.
have a sippy cup that a child was trying to
That's stupid.
She's seen a child with a diaper that was overflowing. I mean, there's.
Now I know there's going to be times that happens with the diaper issue. Don't get me wrong, but this woman's claiming that Candace was on that four-wheeler hauling liquor with her in a sippy cup and hauling her kid, and she didn't say nothing.
Do we all do that? There's people that could witness a crime, a man getting stabbed in public that do not even call 911, that do not even approach. I'm telling you now, you're sitting there saying, why does she not do this? Why does she do that? Do you constantly call CPS on all the people I'm asking this question to? Do y'all call CPS on every?
Let them go to their PTA meeting or football game where their other khaki wearing moms have
Exactly.
Little ones
Did you catch that?
Able to change a diaper real quick, and it's a little heavy, especially cheap ass diapers like the Hills going by. They probably wouldn't make it through one urination. And they're going to call the CPS on their khaki wearing neighbors at the football game or PTA because the diaper's a little heavy. No, probably not. They want to stand here and blame.
It is, Stacy, especially.
Feel better instead of.
It is, Stacy, especially hauling a kid. The point is, that is bad, but Jody Sue never said nothing about that. You see?
You know what I mean? That's
until now.
Bullshit.
All right, now Sandra's saying you're changing your story.
Changing my story. The diaper was obviously like full of urine, like
somebody called her out on it. So
sitting on.
Listen. So you seen dirty diapers and feces, and you did nothing. That way, neglect. I would have called the police. This was going on way before Summer went missing.
Right back in front of her. You know what I mean? And it was like, okay, well, cheap diaper. You don't. I'm not. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, they're saying that some people did not allow people on the property. We know that. Some people did not allow that. Now that to you, but you actually allow the people on your property to search your property.
Yeah,
There's
day
people
in,
in
day
the
out.
people in the neighborhood, but that does not have
They had no idea.
right. But that does
This
not
was
pertain to
group
you.
after group after group of searchers from before daylight until after dark. It was group after group after group of searchers, one behind the next after the next.
On
after
her
next. There was
property?
helicopters going, drones going.
Why was they on her
FBI
property?
profilers in your place. Non-stop.
They should be all the way around the
This
property.
was not a joke, and nobody was ever denied access. Dogs were freely allowed in every structure and every piece of the property, constantly. Cadaver dogs, scent dogs, search dogs, you name it. Anytime they wanted anything, we were available. And we were.
And there was also 7 reports against this family in the year preceding her disappearance, people. 7 reports to CPS. There were several times they tried to be acknowledged by the family, and they were ignored.
Welcome, everybody tuning in.
Do you not get the gist of here? That there was calls to CPS. There was people that was
They were
concerned.
always there. Always.
But they never could get in contact with the kids because of them ignoring them or not answering the door.
Well, Candace did answer the door, though. Like, she would message me almost every time DCS showed up or something. And we
So you didn't know what the fuck you was talking about,
like,
Griff.
well,
Don probably was at work.
Somebody else.
Unlike you.
It was always the excuse, right? Right. And I'm like, well, fuck it, whatever. You're not doing it wrong.
Hi, Pandora.
Whatever. But from my understanding, she did talk to him, interact with him.
Thank you guys for tuning in. This is Jody suing the kumquat hog sucker.
It's like, and I know the last case.
The blame should be going towards CPS instead of trying to find a neighbor to damn blame.
Well, I don't think it should really be either in a way because, look, I mean, you got to think there are certain laws and standards they have to go by, and their main goal is actually trying to keep kids with parents. But when you have people like, Penny Keys and others that are constantly overwhelming systems with bullshit calls.
Here, bull kid, the poor Beanie.
And
here we go.
People like Allie and others, when they get mad, then they
jealousy of Beanie.
And they're playing it tit for tat. Well, DCS has to think, well, this has been 900 calls. And for families that are maybe doing something wrong, it's easy to be like, oh, a friend's pissed at me, here's messages, this is what it is. And there's DCS come and gone, right?
Right.
Because
and we also had those reports. We was given that confirmation by some of what Candace and Don said, saying that Allie had made comments to CPS. So that kind of fulfilled that little. I mean, not really fulfilled it, but it gave you that room for speculation on that. Now this one says, woman asked here, if you're called as a witness.
Thank you, Shannon.
You being on YouTube will help.
You're welcome here anytime.
And I knew that from the beginning, but Breeze Fire are solely for me. And they're not public. But I knew that.
I appreciate everybody tuning in.
After I figured out early on with 80s, shit, it's like, well, But they never told me I couldn't speak, Griff. And they never told Candace Dawn they couldn't speak. They never told anybody, as far as I know, that they couldn't speak. Hell, even the footprint guy spoke. Right. So, and it was like, But anyway, there's 3 of us, and my kids have not spoken on anything, and they can very much testify to whatever,
Okay, well, but here's another one. Were you closer to than you let on to Candace? Was y'all really?
No.
Okay.
I had more contact with Candace, at least face to face and longer conversations after some of vanished.
Really?
Because I didn't. The first year I met them, I tried really hard to try to like them, to get along for neighbors' sake, that type of stuff. But man, they're not my type of people, and they never will be. I really couldn't stand them, but it's like, it ain't like in a place like that you can be like, you know what I mean? You gotta live with stuff.
Go ahead and ask. Put it in chats, and I'm sure I'll post it, and somebody can answer. Hopefully.
Between neighbors, they really actually converse that much. I mean, did any of the neighbors really associate with the Wells?
You associate with your closest neighbor, but the perspectives you get off of, say, like watching the images you all get on TV or from these creators, Still cannot quite understand that, because people are like, oh, there's no way to scream and all this property. Look at Google Maps, and it's not how it works. And each hollow, each house, each top of the hill is different on how it carries, picks up. LiDAR proved, there's this thing called LiDAR for drones and stuff, right? It proves why my hill can hear everything from freaking everybody, you know, and it has to do very much with the way it's, you know, built, not the house, but the land, how it's formed.
Easy pop.
And so that's why. But there's proof on video. We recreated all the stuff, and that, you know. Anyway, but the point is, you guys people out here going, look how in the world did they hear this or hear that? They don't live there. They don't know. And the perspectives you all get off
I'm
camera.
going to mute this for a minute. I don't remember exactly. Now, this is from Shannon on my chat here. If somebody read this. I don't remember exactly when, what video. Except I work full time. I've heard my own 2 ears saying, one, if Andy can get his interview with anyone on YouTube, it's $500 minimum. I'm okay, Izzy Pop. I've not heard that. I just heard, I was just tuning into Griff's.
Are not right.
Bull
and
crap.
Idiots coming in
I'm sure somebody else can answer in chat.
They're looking at it. Well, that seems like it's a big thing, and they don't live there. They don't know the sounds. They don't know how to actually operate. You know, and so they're standing in the middle of the road going, oh, yeah, there's no way. And they're telling whatever narrative and bias from their perspective.
Did anyone hear her saying just recently that she would not show her face? Hello, C'est la vie, Luna, Easy Pop. That's when she's going to come out and start telling everything. She knows showing all of her receipts. Number 2, did anyone hear her saying, did anybody hear Jody Sue say recently that she would not show her face? Hello, C'est la vie.
They want to pump out, you know what I mean? Right. For content, because they
can anybody answer that question?
That road or looking at properties, you're not going to realize. Right. You're not going to know.
Okay. Good morning, Jody Sue. This is Mrs. Griff, 3 Wishes. I have a question, and it might have been answered not here in the chat, but okay, you got Don and Candace and their 4 kids, and then across the road you have you and your 2 kids.
Ain't nobody heard it, Shannon.
Kids close in that neighborhood that are like of age of Summer and the boys, or your children?
In the actual road, the only kids were ours. Okay. Because I know in the beginning there are close ones, but I don't want to say where because we don't know if they're still friends.
That's fine. Because I know in the beginning, if I can get my head wrapped around it this morning, when the dogs were there and they were, you know, searching the property and everything, if I'm not mistaken, there was a neighbor that lived near that had kids, you know, and one of the dogs that came up to that neighbor and was smelling, you know, gave off
that's me they're spinning that bullshit about, and it's not true. The dogs didn't stop at my feet like they were scenting, and what they do is they'll hit. That's what it's called. When they
whenever a dog stops,
that's not what was happening.
That's a hit.
First dog, okay. I mean, I don't want to go into too much the handler.
No. I was thinking it was another neighbor with children, not you, but another neighbor that had small kids. Yeah.
They're trying to say the dog stopped at my feet and scented me, and it's like, the dog never hit on me.
I ran
okay?
5150.
The dog was being a little uncontrollable. He was trying to fight every dog in the freaking neighborhood.
Yeah.
And we didn't know, you know, we were not told and informed. And you can hear Candace herself say, well, if I'd known the dogs would be running, she would have put up what few dogs were running the hill at that point up there. Because she got her ass chewed too, like they were pissed at her. But she didn't know when all this chaos is raining down, and the handler was kind of a dick to everybody. And so they come down, and then the dog stops, because my dogs are at the bottom of the driveway, 2 of them, right?
Correct.
And anyway, so he's sniffing my dogs, right? And trying to sort of fight them. They were doing the bristly almost side to side, and it was like, what the fuck kind of dog is this, you know? And then the handler kind of pointed and looks at me. It was like, everybody put the dog, you know, the dog thing up, right? And he mentions that the dog's all fucked up because of all the dog scenes, right? But I honestly, looking back, think that because, see, the dog carried on after getting back on track. The dog carried on in a certain pattern, and I don't want to give away pattern because what y'all hearing is not correct either. Because, you know, cracking and everybody else, Dawn and them weren't even paying attention. Hell, they weren't present to know where the dog actually wasn't. And
You just admitted it stopped at your feet.
Where that dog went and what it did, I think there's something to it, and it wasn't as bad of a dog as I thought. I think handler was more or less being an asshole.
But you
She
would
just
think,
admitted that it
I
was
guess
at
you
her
have no
feet.
Control over it, and Candace didn't have no control over it. But okay, you have a missing child, and they bring search dogs. You would think that law enforcement would have got there before the dogs did and say, look, if you have dogs, we need to put them up, we need to get them out of the way.
We were all still searching. That's how quick they
See, in my opinion, I've never seen dogs that actually had a handler act like that because they are so well behaved, and I've been around a lot of dogs that's been trained. They usually listen to their handler, guys. That's my opinion.
And I did. It's like, you know what happens. And it's like a lot of these people don't understand why I was always like sent this and the other. And somebody had to get in the damn creek because that's where country kids gravitate to. That's where the boys gravitate to. Somebody had to search for summer, right? So I take the creek, and if you're walking beside of a creek, for starters, you're going to destroy any tracks because that's going to be the best place for tracks. You don't want to do that. I had on a shit ton of perfume from where I was getting ready, you know, to go out, obviously, because that's why I was making dipshit at the bottom of the driveway. So I put on clothes, gotten ready, had perfume on, you know, etc. And it was like, to me, as a country person, I know, okay, I don't want to rev up on too much shit because if dogs need to be brought in, you know what I'm saying? Then it could
That's my opinion too. Ran 5150.
You don't want to step on the sides of the creek.
So she just admitted that dog went to her feet.
I'm looking on either side of the bank for Summer's tracks, the boys' tracks, anything to lead me in a direction to where they might have been or gone. I don't
Was that the needle infested damn spring?
There's just one spot right there as you start like go down in the grass and mud right there before the creek. And it's where people stop. It's where you can hear Don in an interview at one point. He says the neighbor runs off the dope heads that park right here in the curb. And he's talking about me. Because they'll park down there and use and stuff, and then they toss out their needles or bubbles right there in that one spot. But as far as the creek being invested, man, summer was missing. I didn't give a fuck what was in that creek. You know what I mean?
Right.
It was like I want to give a fuck. It was a chain.
Looking for a child. You didn't want to get off the side of the tree. You didn't want to make a scent where the dogs will chase you. You're in the water. Were you trying with the dogs?
I mean, not me, but it's like I could. You don't want to. You don't want to step on tracks.
You don't want to try to mess up an investigation. You're searching for a child.
And for somebody country like us, we know if somebody's missing in the freaking woods, dogs are next if you don't find them. And we also knew this wasn't the first child that had gone missing from 110. So, you know, and we all knew immediately, like, it didn't take me but 2 seconds to start Candace to know she had eyes off Summer for a long while before she realized Summer was gone.
Right.
So here I am in the creek. It's dammed up because of the woodcutters.
Yes.
Otherwise, there
See if you can find
it,
Shannon.
And I'm having to feel at the bottom and terrified each time I move my foot, you know, that she's going to be at the bottom or something like that. And people forget, this was not just me walking. My other neighbor joined me immediately. Right?
Right.
He was outside when Candace and I, you know, talked for the first time that day after 6 to 9. And so what happens is there's a witness to me being a witness only. He takes the bank, I take creek because he had on boots, I had on sandals, right?
All right, now we've got people taking misprojection what you said. Now I've got this statement here. 10 minutes ago, I didn't hear you say this, but somebody said that you said that she was the first to go missing. What did that mean? Did you say that earlier? Said that 10 minutes ago.
She wasn't, like, she's the first kid to go missing in Beach Creek.
Right.
But off of 110, it wasn't the first time they lost a kid. The other neighbors and everybody else found the child. Law enforcement did not have to be called.
Mm-hmm. I got
and that's why she got a hold of us first, and we were the first to look. And we thought, including that person with me, because that person's the one that found the little one last time.
Well, do you know anything about this? This has got anything to do with the case of Ronnie Lawson's brother or cousin?
No, that's Carly Trenton. She's from Bulls Gap. She's not.
Okay, so it was not around that area. I'm just trying to clarify. See,
no,
people, what I'm saying about
Carly
this,
exactly, Shannon.
Together. They don't listen to the facts. And now you're just like a normal person, like I am. When you're telling a story, you're not telling it to police. You're telling it to YouTube, or you're talking. Sometimes it's not so much that we're trying. We can embellish. We can say it. We can make assumptions when we're speaking out of turn, and it's actually speaking out of turn. Could there be possibly that they're taking some of your content that you've made in your videos, and I've done it too, where I've just been talking in conjecture, just talking simply, just making comments, and all of a sudden, now they're taking what you've said to be an assumption.
They try to, because they're coming at it from a point of bias. They don't actually listen. And what I'm learning, that a lot of people, common sense isn't so common, and people are, I don't mean it in a mean way, but quite a few are quite illiterate, and you can only reach people at their level of understanding, and you can only reach people like comprehension skills, man. They matter, and they're a real thing. And I don't think a lot of people are very strong at it, you know what I mean? And in today's world with the gadgets, they enjoy the clip shit. They enjoy, easily digestible, quick to move on. They can't sit even in person anymore and have a real in-depth, lengthy conversation.
These people act like they have never made an embellishment conversation. They've never said something out of class, out of school, more or less. They've made comments that it might not be that other people have taken as being factual, that they really didn't mean to be. That they were taken out of context. People get so damn self-centered in their own in their own damn themselves and entitled that they forget.
Everybody's like, she's doing this just because she's mad at Andy, and it's a lie.
Thank you, Guardian.
Like you said,
it ain't a fucking lie. And it's just get back to him. It's like, I'm tired of texting him, and I want answers. I want to know exactly what the hell was going on and what all they were up to over there together. I want to know why you think they murdered Summer, but they're all still hanging the fuck out.
Well, that's the question I wanted to ask here. I remember early on where you made a comment, and it was brought out on BK and all that. They all brought it out to where the comment was made that he came to you. And if I'm mistaken, if I'm wrong, correct me. I'm just wanting clarity here. That he came to you and said that he knew where the body was at.
No, I see they've spun that. There is a live that I think I don't know whose channel.
Everybody's trying to blame Beanie.
When they had us all up in that hotel, it was
they're trying to blame everybody.
That whole thing was sideways.
Right.
But my daughter was speaking, and what Andy did was the last couple days, and it was one of the times he was searching in there. What he was doing is he was losing his shit because Coleslaw had purposely dropped her earring in there like a cliche movie.
Now, who is Coleslaw? Is that Squall?
No, Coleslaw is his new supply / girlfriend. Yeah, that one. So Coleslaw dropped her earring purposefully in my floorboard of my car. Okay, and he made a big deal out of, he was screaming, he was like, I'm taking the car, I'm cleaning out the floorboard, and you're blah, 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 asses ain't gonna say a damn word, shut the fuck up, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, what the hell is your problem? Are you saying your wife smells my car? And he was mad because I was just that blasé about it. I was like, you saying your wife smells my car, bud? And he's looking at me from the cabin door. And that's how little of a shit I gave at that point. And he's not getting the reactions from me because of his hint drops about everything. But he was freaking out because she'd forced his hand with that too. So anyway, he's starting to freak out. I won't give him the reaction he wants. Then, my daughter and all that, they're there in the cabinet time. And he starts losing his shit. I mean, just anything he could do because he wants to just poke, right? He wants to abuse. So then he really lifts his voice. He's telling law enforcement.
She makes it about her in a few
screaming,
minutes.
I know ever fed and equal search and everybody else in the world heard him. And I was like, holy shit. And then he knows by this point how bad my daughter's traumatized by, hearing and everything what we did that day. And I mean, she knows, sir. You get what I'm saying? This ain't like Summer was a distant person. Like she's on an image. She's real.
Right.
And all this stuff's terrifying. And my kid, man, it traumatized her so bad it took away her ability to really do art. I thought it wouldn't come back. This was bad. How bad it affected her at first, right? And he knew it. And like all good
abusers, him making a comment about.
It wasn't a comment. He screamed at her for like 5 minutes about
tormenting your daughter.
He was screaming at her daughter that he was screaming at me and he transferred her daughter because he knew that would set me the hell off, right? Maybe get him her action he wanted. But what he did was he was screaming at her. He was like, that, Summer's gone. Just shut the fuck up. Them motherfuckers over there, ones that killed her. They murdered her. Her dead body's around here somewhere. And then he described Summer and decomp and all that in extreme detail.
What the fuck?
But it was to bother and emotionally and mentally harm.
Hello, everybody checking in. I'm going to mute this for a minute.
It was just.
Hello, everybody tuning in. I want to thank you guys for tuning in. This is the Grifter with Jody Sue. I appreciate you guys for tuning in. Thank you guys.
Tormenting your daughter.
Yeah. And then he's really just screaming, and to the point where a daughter he almost took her ability to speak to, like she's now very sus people, like she don't trust, it's always I'm sorry after I'm like, you don't have to say sorry. Please do not say you're sorry. He had her to that point. And
Little G.
This right here, somebody says, so nobody can hold JS to anything she says and just assume it's been embellished. You can look at it that way, or you can say that things have been taken out of context. Can you not see it that way? I could see. I understand if that's the way you want to roll with it. If these people want to make this comment, and that still shows your biasness toward it. You're saying that you can't take a grain of salt what she's saying. If that's the case, that's fine. But can you people not understand the fact that some of this shit has been contorted out of them?
Hello, Hannah Scammer.
Out of anything?
Killer.
I have a question for him. Most of these creators, think about it, that are feeding you all these narratives like, oh, well, Jody Sue's just a controller and she wants to be believed and she's here to. I've never asked to be believed. I don't care. I don't even know what the hell they talk about with that, right? Like we heard her scream, we've seen this, whatever that, heard a door, all these other things that day. I'm not here to be believed. I'm here hoping that something weighs on somebody and they turn themselves in or something shakes loose. And at first it was like, maybe I can figure something in it. And there's so many reasons, I'm not here to be liked or believed. But if you really look at all the content I have out there, or that I went back and unlocked videos that were just on my private Facebook from my community that had Ronnie Lawson on my Facebook at the time, but that I may have been. So anyway, the point is that if you really think about it, you all can go back and watch and listen for yourselves. You don't have to go with these creators. You don't have to go with their narrative. Listen and watch for yourselves. And that's all I ask people. Quit going with the clip version. If you care and you're actually about this case and you want the information, why do you go to some other random person to feed you what we must mean by something? Why don't you go look for yourselves and listen to all of us yourselves? And you have to be, I don't have to have a handler. I don't have a YouTube creator beside of me to, hold my hand like Keys and C and Share and all them did. I speak. That's it. I'm not here. I'm here about what I'm here for. And I told these, it's like, and you're dealing with a bunch of people. I told last year, after I knew what kind of game they were playing with us, how far they'd actually hunted us, which began as soon as summer vanished, they were hunting us all down like prey. The same group. Just didn't realize the extent. And then after the marathon that I helped break the hell apart and report and all this other stuff, they got a little pissy, but they still wanted information and tried to feed off of me. And I told them, if every penny of that did not get to Civis for summer, I would hunt them to the ends of the earth. And that's exactly what the hell I'm doing.
Your emotions right now, what you're saying now, Joe Sue, that's what I'm leading on to the next topic. There was this statement here, and then the emotions that was running high because in this last year, this child missing early on in the case, there was a child. There was also a child shoe you said you found in your car, and you stated, "Yes, great, another child to be essayed or red rum." They're asking for clarification.
I never said any such thing. There is a DV video that I had up prior to even releasing Summers where I'm talking about the domestic violence stuff between Andy and I and this and whatever. I found a kid's shoe where the new hooker has babies and stuff, and obviously that kid had been in my car and lost a shoe and they couldn't find it.
Right.
It's a little one shoe, and she had a car seat in the back of her car, and I knew where it immediately come from. And I've never spoken red rum. Or that here's another child to be essayed or red rum. Are you people crazy, Bella?
Bella didn't say that. Now, let's just say now, Bella's asking here. I'm only asking questions referring to your statement, to her statements that she said. Now, again, some of these statements could be made in the point of just frustration, aggravation that could be taken out of context. We're all here being polite here. It's just to clarify a lot of things. And I think we're making a lot of headway here. I've seen a lot of clarity in what's going on. What you can keep going back to what was said before. This is the woman that you are saying made these statements, and she's telling you what she meant and what she meant about it. Why is it so hard to understand that? I don't know. Some people
because they want me to have actually said these things. Because cognitive dissonance says they had to admit they were fed and led a narrative by bad creators we're watching. Then it would just kill them that they believed wrong. They would rather hold on to their biases or wrong beliefs than they would to admit they're wrong. Because being wrong makes someone feel bad and uncomfortable, especially if they've judged and helped torment another human being around a missing child's case.
That's exactly right.
Exactly. Did you catch that? He's a bottom sucker, hog sucker.
Again, traumatized situation on the hill. You have two kids of your own. A child that comes up missing. Do we not have room for error? Are we saying that that's the bottom line? What she said, are we holding Jody Sue accountable? Jody Sue, I don't see the validity to all this. I mean, you've made comments. I have seen conjecture come out of other creators' mouths of speculation, of straight freaking lies.
Yeah.
That is not being held accountable for these comments that they're taking.
It's like not one in the FAAFO video do I say he was selling sedatives. Tiffany actually came in my chat and was there for quite a while asking questions for clarification. And I can show you her questions. She got clarification then that it was weed only, and I didn't know what else he was up to. But I never said he was selling sedatives to those children. But what's the narrative being pumped out now, Griff? What's half the internet lit up with today, Griff, and yesterday? They even went and bothered in Harm Summers' case to go report a lie TM has twisted and pushed to them to waste Summers' time and the FBI's time on her real case. If you care about Summer, you don't do something like that, especially after you've had clarification. And if you've watched the whole damn video,
if that's the case, why are you doing what you're doing then?
Selling sedatives to those children. And TM was very clearly being addressed, and I said, weed only that I know of. I don't know what else. I have questions too, clearly, right? She was told that, but then what's the narrative?
Right. I have even said that I'm a meth head. I've even said that I have stole light bulbs out of my neighbor's camper last night. And no means does that mean it was true? That was a comment to be made. That was said from my word.
And let me tell you something.
That ain't what
because
your
here's the
daughter
thing,
said.
right? They don't want to eat monster right now. How in the hell anybody took anything I said and went, "Oh, Jody Sue sus now"? It's because that's what they want to pump out, because they want to bring our abuser forward to trigger me more, to get more info, because they're still not getting it all. Plus, they want him as the new money.
If you know anything about weed, if you do not think, let me tell you something. I can be an eyewitness, a personal witness. I can tell you right now, I can get high and go to sleep on oregano. So don't sit there and tell me that weed is not a sedative. A weed will put your ass to sleep.
Without a fully formed brain, it is going. If you give that.
Wait, exactly. The chain dog. The chain dog that supposedly was running loose. That don't make no sense. She said that one of her dogs was running loose. But then we got confirmation she's got a chained up dog. And she just admitted the dog hit on her feet.
To a young child, it is absolutely going to.
But to sit there and make that comment, it just, I mean, I'm not saying it's being.
Nothing like that should be given to a fucking child.
Exactly.
No adult should be selling anything to a fucking child. But that's, and they're like, "Oh, Jody, she don't care." It's like, dude, I lost my shit about it. Like, I still obviously lose my shit about it. It ain't okay. But they're all
keep wanting to blame Jody Sue for what happened to Summer Wells. How is she to blame for anything whenever we're losing sight of the fact of where she lived at? Did she live with Jody Sue? Did Jody Sue live at 110 Ben Hill Road? We keep trying to find a suspect here, and we're trying to label somebody as being a suspect. Whenever we're losing sight of the fact that there was two parents and a grandmother that was involved in that situation, that damn Jody Sue that was around this child 24 hours a day. We keep wanting to try to put an emphasis on giving somebody the damn scarlet letter of making them to get there and then become the victim, become the culprit of this crime. Why is it that we keep doing this?
See, now see how the spin is. Now they're like, "Oh, well, just today implies sedatives." No, it doesn't. It does not imply that at all. Weed is what I said. Nobody, and what they're accusing me of saying is that I said he was selling sedatives to the children.
Like,
so don't spin it like that.
To the children. To the children. Not just Summer, but to the children. Right?
Nothing was said.
Those terms because I don't want particular ones identified. I don't want them known. I'm still trying to protect the kids. I am well aware that FBI is aware which and white and everything else. So, but I am not about outing the children or causing people.
She makes it, you'll hear where she makes it about herself here in a few minutes. And somebody calls her out on that and said, "This is not about you, Jody Sue. This is about Summer."
Targeted to try to pull out other families or this and other. You know what I mean? That ain't
my here. Let me make this clear. This doesn't matter what was said before. We're asking questions for clarity. We're asking for you to correct whatever was said. If this was said before,
I don't have to correct. Like, it is literally there in the video, and I've been doing a series of videos yesterday.
You are putting these videos out where they can see what you're talking about, right?
Yeah, I unlocked it.
Okay. You unlocked these videos. So people can go to your channel and they can see these videos. They can see
no, that ain't Andy. That's Jody Sue.
Some of these videos, and I know some of these people are watching. If they're not watching the actual video, they're watching what is interpreted to be the real video from these creators. Now they don't sit there and say that. I mean, it's a reality. They will try to spin it any way they want to. But now that you've got the proof out there, you're telling us now, everybody out here, that you've got the proof out. You're putting out the original, unedited version of these stories.
And see, I only locked it down. I mean, that's the thing. I'll grab a link. Don't matter if it's a little channel, big channel, whatever. If I want to go up somewhere or do whatever. And nobody's ever seen me push back. I mean, I've never had that reaction. They're like, "Oh, it's because chasing is it." Yeah, I don't need.
Why didn't she say something, say
for my video, telling me what I must mean, or standing there trying to argue with me on a panel, or still tongue bullshit. If somebody wanted clarification, they should have come to me. But, you know, when I can immediately tell that what they're trying to do is put spin on it, because the senator thing, all this was already corrected before Jason jumped up on panel. Tiffany Marie obviously had clarification in my own chat. Then that happens, and Chasing goes up there for no other reason
Exactly,
than
say
words
la
or get
vie.
into some sort of like
That's my
dogfight
opinion.
situation. I don't do
Dude.
that type of garbage, and I don't need someone else speaking for me. So I mean, it was like I'm not going to stand there. And then honestly, coming at me sideways about the DV in the first comments is like inner panel. That's not something like why I do that. It's purposeful.
Now, this right here,
drama. I'm not about drama.
Right. This right here is the question for Colette. Well, I'm pretty sure that Jody Sue, pretty sure right there tells you they're not really confident, but they're pretty sure that Jody Sue honestly said her ex gave a substance to Don that Don paid for, allegedly, and Don gave that substance to little girls and Summer. Now, without Jody Sue's knowledge.
I never said that.
The little girl, you said you did say earlier that he was giving it to little girls, right? That was Baltimore, right?
I never said that Andy alleged, or that, what is it?
She's
Honestly,
backpedaling.
Substance to Dawn that Dawn paid for. I never said that. And then allegedly, and Dawn gave that substance to little girls in summer without Jody Sue's knowledge. You know, that's the thing. It's like, I don't know what all the fuck was going on up there. Okay? I have suspicions. Go watch the videos.
Your suspicions is what actually fueled your making those comments was just your suspicions, basically.
Well, no, like, it's like they're standing here saying that I said something I didn't say. I never said.
I mean, but I can understand if your suspicions, man. I mean, your suspicions can merit.
Like, I know he was selling them weed shit, right?
Right.
But because Andy's character, which is filled in most like a 4 or 5 hour gap there, and I throw up receipts on screen, you can visually see for yourself. He was obviously turned into a junkie and a dope head and this and the other, and was on pills. I know the last couple of days he was definitely partaking of meth, coke, and this and the other. And I'd had my suspicions, but could never prove it. And but what I do know is the weed thing was happening. I don't know what else was being sold, transferred, mixed around up there at 110 with him, Dawn, and Candace.
Right.
But weed for sure. I do know that Andy was on pills, all kinds of shit. He was going around town like stealing them. He was saying foul shit to try to get access to them, doing all kinds of weird shit. His family was giving them to him, and so I don't know what all. Like, all they have to do is go watch the video, context, but I never said that Andy, whatever the fuck it was, with Dawn, so Dawn could give whatever it was to the little girls. I mean, it's like I worry who all, what all, everything was given to. You know, children implies a lot, but there were little girls hanging around 110. I found it a little odd. And then, you know, like when it comes down to it, you find out Dawn is what Dawn is, you know, and his history of it's like, holy shit.
I have to say, this is kind of a low blow right here. That's kind of, this statement I'm putting up right now, that's kind of low. Ain't really. I mean, we've got people, you're really sitting there saying she's neglecting her child being on screen.
Like,
I mean, come on, this is kind of.
My child is not neglected in any way, and that's
somebody called her out on it.
My child's not neglected. Right. Let me ask you this: have you ever walked on? Did you walk on any of that water that you crossed in that when you went in that creek? Did you walk on any of that water?
What do you mean? Did I walk
any of that water? Did you turn any of that water to wine?
Oh, no.
Okay, then so you're not a saint. Then you're not somebody that's embodied in a saint. You do make mistakes, correct? You can
absolutely
make statements that are taken out of context. You can say things that, you know, it doesn't matter if you admit it or not. It can be taken the wrong way and misconstrued. You can do that, right? Just like we're all human, right?
I mean, to be human is to err, right?
Are you neglecting your child by being on YouTube right now at this point?
No.
Okay. Just to be clear, I mean, some people get caught up in this damn misconception of their entitlement. Where they make
because they want to make statements like that to make themselves feel better about their own lives, to do comparisons, to project their biases, to make themselves feel good about their own parenting. And I'll tell you what, this child of mine, neither of them have ever been neglected or harmed or hurt by me. Not once, not ever in their whole lives. And right now, my child is 14. Do your else 14-year-olds stay up your butt or anything else? I'm like, no. I mean, I guarantee you, most of these people and most of these women on these channels, their children are handed devices from the time they come home from school or after activities or days filled with football and sports they don't even want to play, but the moms want lives to live vicariously through and make friends at the damn things while their kids are like, man, I don't want to do this, I'm tired. Right. And then their kids are put on a device and they ignore each other. My children and I have ate dinner together for years at the same time. We have conversations every day. We work through things. You're talking, we spent years trapped together. This is our first experience with having rooms moving up and to separate. My child is just now feeling safe enough to like be away from me in a little bit because she doesn't have to worry as much anymore. Like Dad's going to do something too, right? So that's part of her therapy and what we're working through. And it's like, she's just now comfortable.
Exactly, Ram 5150.
If she needs something from me,
I pray for that whole, the boys and Summer.
Or she comes along and wants something. The camera's muted, even if I have an audience of 600. I need to tail out and just do whatever I got to do with the kids, and we talk and chat and visit. Sometimes for an hour or two, even as it drops down to zero, because I'm not everybody else on here. I don't give a fuck. My kids come first.
Again, I want to say this here. I have watched Jody Sue's video, but at the same time, being objective that we need to all try to concern ourselves with, I'm allowing her to explain these away. If they're not working for you, then I apologize, but I do watch her video. The question right here was made by Tiffany. She said something, and I wanted to clarify. She said,
WCIA Newsroom is running the stolen bids that features my minor daughter.
Right.
They can just buy it all the way off.
This one right here was something that she said. I'm gonna get the first comment up here. It was pertaining to that you said that that he was selling drugs to Candace. Now was that the here it is right here. I think I'm put it on screen right now. But then she said Andy was selling drugs to Candace.
She don't even speak to me either, and I'm not clarifying or talking to her. If she wanted questions answered, she could have treated me with decency and like a human being, and let me clarify for myself instead of drama points and clicks and views. Right. That's enough, Tiffany. I've clarified enough for you.
And we'll move on from there. I just wanted to.
You did my video yesterday. Go find a new narrative somewhere else, lady. Didn't that? You clarified it all for me, honey. You spoke for me with your panelists. Go figure it out.
Oh, she's triggered.
You further hurt myself, and you damn sure hurt Summer's case. And your bullshit calls in, you called for in chat, definitely had an effect and wasted time. So don't ever tell me again you give a fuck about Summer.
That's okay. Calm down, Jason. It's all right. Would you care to have her on panel to discuss this with her?
I have nothing to discuss with her.
You're my guest. You're my guest, and I'm asking if you don't want to. That's fine. I'm not gonna. I don't want to. I'm not going to do that.
She just asked about whether he was selling drugs to Candace or not. Is that what she's talking about? That was the question.
Weird shit go after Andy about all the kids he cares for and wonder why monsters selling shit to him. No, it's about Jody Sue said. And let's all flood the FBI with bullshit calls, even though
here we go.
Clearly said weed and she didn't know what else to me.
Yes, Pindar.
Bullshit. You harmed Summer and her case. You didn't help. You spun a narrative because y'all want to use Andy as the new fucking profiteer. Fuck all y'all. On Summer's back and her case. You ought to be asking him some fucking questions. Hell, that's what's coming, right? You need money off of a new puppet. You think he's going to give you something? Hell no, he's not.
That's not what you're here for, Jody.
He might help abuse me further, which is what you all want to trigger me to get more fucking information. It's never going to fucking happen, but he's not really going to tell y'all the truth. It's just like his breakup with CSI last night. Even that bitch booted him and took her damn live down because she realized he's conning her and lying to her and going other places. You know, she was like, well, I'm not going to have somebody that's using me, and obviously just hear about the money in summer. So even she took his live down that she did for him because she realizes what the fuck monster is. But here you all are eating me because that monster was doing shit over there at 110. Fuck all y'all.
Don't get mad, Jody Sue. Don't leave. Don't get upset. I got a question. I mean, I could sit there and throw this out. It was asked, why can't you keep friends? I'm in the same situation. I can't keep them because I keep seeing their faults. I
have real friends. I have real family and real community that love me, and I don't give a fuck what the world thinks. I am truly here for summer.
Understand. Let's just keep it copacetic in here. Don't let them get you riled up. I just asked it. I seen it up there. Just wanted to ask the question. We'll cut the chat completely off. Keep it just one-on-one if you want to.
And I've never said
don't block anybody out of the chat. Don't block them out of chat. You can time them out if it gets too aggressive, but do not block them out of chat. There are comments that are being made.
Watch the damn video for yourselves. Watch the other.
She's telling you now. They've got the video. She's got the videos out there for you to see. Yeah, she's
exactly, Katie.
This is your basically this is your income, right, Jody Sue? I mean, just to clarify.
My family helps me right now, and we have completely foregone any safety net that we could access. We have entirely foregone to keep these people like Big K and all of them from fucking with us. It's like he's always calling everything on everybody. So
he's also making money off his case too. So I don't see the similarities are there, but why is it easy to attack somebody that this is a means of they're helping you out with some kind of a viable income? I don't see where she's doing anything to.
Hey, Susie.
She's basically been in the last months that I've been watching. She ain't exploiting a child. She's defending herself in more ways than one. Everything that she's put out there is basically defending herself against whatever all the rhetoric's been going out there. No matter if you believe it or not, in my opinion.
I mean, I've had this cabin dropped out here since before YouTube ever come along, Griff. I paid for it out of my own shit, right? And then I couldn't move it to its final place because we realized how far the stalking was going from Chase and this group of same fucking cons you're seeing now terrorizing us. Now they're still starting to tell. They're getting bold as hell on a panel yesterday. One of them was talking about how he was following me and had seen me and my daughter or some shit just the day before, and that's scary as hell considering the links I went to that day that I knew I was out and he had seen us to shake people off of our tail. I mean, I can't go anywhere. We are trapped in.
Ain't nobody stalking your eyes. Shut the fuck up.
I would give anything in this fucking world for answers and someone found in fucking justice. Anything, and I will. To my dying breath. I'm not a YouTube creator. I'm a normal person doing what I hope anybody would do for a little one that's missing, even if they know them. But I know Summer. And I was far closer with the boys. But she matters. And
exactly.
On 15,
you're right, Katie, no doubt.
Okay, let's just take about 30 seconds. Let's calm down. I want you to just gather your thoughts, okay? I'm gonna pause for a minute. I'm just gonna sit there and let you take some time just to, get yourself together. We're not in this to attack you, and that's not what this is about.
Oh, just say that you're not here to harm or attack me. You did a pretty good job of it, Tiffany.
I didn't mean
silver tongue shit to somebody else, Tiffany.
I'll take that off the screen. I want you just to take time. I want you to take about 30 seconds. Calm down a little bit, okay? I don't want to upset you.
You're welcome, Katie.
Just take it easy. Just give me about a minute.
Everybody else being brought in because you weren't getting the information from me as quick as they thought you should, and the other ones brought in to try to groom me like the rest of the fucking creators.
Jody,
not you, Greg.
I want you just to take time and just ignore the chat, okay, for a second. I'll take it off. Just relax.
No, don't take it off. Let them call them. That's what this is about, Griff. You want her on your panel? Don't take it off. Let people call her out on her bullshit. You dumb fuck.
Anyway, I'm trying to get some clarity here. And you being worked up is not helping. It's not going to help matters. They can say what they want to. You can't. They're vengeful. I know that. You're going to have that. Just Take some time for just a second, okay? I'll be right back. Just take your time.
Take your time. Take your time. Figure up some more lies. Exactly, Izzy Pop. Exactly. Gang, gang. Whether they fucking like it or not. She's sitting there boo-hooing, and Griff wanting to take her chat off, cut the chat off. No, let people, that's what the problem is. There always wants to hear one side of the fucking story. That's the way he does with Honest Rage. He wanted to listen to her side, forget everybody else's side. Now then he's wanting to cut the chat off so people can't call her ass out on the bullshit.
Sorry about that. We're back. We got Jody Sue here with us today. For clarity, I would like to say this first before we go any further with the questions. Emotions are running high. People are wanting answers. Not that they're deserved of the answer, maybe. But
I mean, for her to have the fucking audacity to tell me she's got to understand Summer comes first. Look, bitch, you don't even know Summer. Wow, you shared a few news articles. You talked to the Silver
You
Child.
don't wait. She don't even fucking know Summer, obviously, because she said she never fooled with him much.
I ain't even hearing it from you. You don't know Summer. You don't know shit. Don't ever stand there and tell me that Summer comes first. When you're standing here willing to give your life, everything you are, and fucking dying,
Summer should come first.
You can't even access medical care.
It's not about you, Jody Sue.
You're doing it your own while people like you are spinning fucking narratives and pulling garbage to stand there and pretend you care. Don't give me that shit.
No, you're just on here.
I've got to understand.
You're just on here playing the blame game. From what I'm taking, it's Benny's fault. It's all these other creators' fault.
Comes first. Is first. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm still in the fucking box. Why you won't eat me and destroy your case and fuck up shit, fuck with all of us, and understand like fucking Bray. Don't ever tell me that I have to understand Summer comes first. Summer does come first, and she has since day one. And a hollow.
Exactly, Crafting.
I do appreciate you coming on and talking. This is something that is not meant for any kind of that. I appreciate the people in the chat asking questions. It's the fact of the matter is the non-bias is what we're out for right now. If people are caring about this case, they need to keep open-minded. They need to understand that objectivity, being objective, is what's needed here. The clarity is relevant because you're seeing there, the accusations are steadily flying that this woman had something to do with this child. Whether you want to say that's what you're saying or not, you're sitting there saying, oh, I'm just saying that she said this before, then so what? Even if she's changing her stories, the clarity, somewhere inside your psyche, you're sitting there claiming that this child was taken by this woman, or she knows something about this child. And it's not always true. It's what we're trying, it's what you're wanting to present. And that's not right. That's not right.
People in the chat telling me I need to contact law enforcement. I've gotten into it. Y'all, I'm not going to repeat anymore. How often we have seen face to face with FBI, law enforcement, how they're welcome here anytime. How if I have something to say, I pick up the phone, or they come knock and they fucking ask. I mean, give me a break with the call law enforcement Jody bullshit.
So you've been in touch with him, you're still in touch with him. When's the last time that you was actually in touch with law enforcement?
2 or 3 days ago. When I called them because of some shit to do with Summer. But guess what? I didn't get on a fucking panel and announce it. I didn't do it in front of a live for cash. I wanted to proclaim I care about Summer. Look, I'm on the phone.
Well, have they been in touch with you on occasion frequently after this period? Have they discussed, have they called you frequently just to ask you any kind of updates or anything? Have they been to your house to ask if there's anything else that you know about the case?
I mean, Griff, there are many occasions, but you got to think this question lasted for forever. The hardcore question was for weeks and weeks and weeks. But yeah, they've been here, especially about YouTube bullshit asshole creators.
Right.
You know, and to have good laughs and chuckles at their expense for calling him bullshit and wasting their time in summers. And one of the last times they were here, they were talking about this particular group of assholes screwing up and taking their time off. And this is the head agent on her fucking case. Plus, screwing up their shit. And they didn't have time.
They ain't gonna tell you that.
And it was namely
They ain't gonna tell you that.
other ones right now in here.
Okay, well, I've got another question here. It's I think it's a very good question. Is there any truth or validity to what BK has said about there was a warrant for your son's phone?
Hell no.
Okay.
There's been no warrants. There's been no evidence. There's been no anything like that. There's been no phone. Give me a break.
It was a very good question, though. I have to admit that was a good question because it shows a lot of the outreach embellishments that's going on. Just try to, and the lack of respect that goes toward trying to attack an individual. They have no bounds. Andy, another thing that I've always wanted to. I thought this is something that it seems to me with the manufactured drama, and by the dialogue that's been said about certain things that Andy has said, just like the situation where he was trying to torture your daughter with the comments about Summer. Has Andy ever been asked those questions?
Yeah, I mean, the feds went to him.
Okay, okay, that's the feds, which actually people that actually count. But what about people on YouTube? See, that seems like that would be a hardball question, a simple question that would be asked to Andy if you really wanted to know what Andy was leading to and what Andy meant. That question.
Do you think a monster is going to give you the truth anyway? Do you think a monster, an abuser of that caliber, is going?
That's what I thought too, Crafty. That's what was said.
I don't think you would, but I think it should have been asked. If somebody was going to actually commit to trying to be about Summer, that question would have been brought up because it was, you said that he said it.
Everything's Beanie's fault. Everything's TM's fault. Everything's our fault. Fuck Grifter.
Try to find any kind of lack of validity in what you state. This the man that makes
an abuser. Think about that, Griff. Some dude that is capable of.
Now listen, this is about her.
One that's selling shit to children. One that throws and abuses animals to mentally torment and whatever our own children. He abuses fucking animals. He abuses me. He's definitely essayed me. I mean, like, this dude is one of the worst, monsters you could ever imagine. And that mask works well.
That seems kind of be the irony of the whole deal. It seems like that we're finding more validity in these monsters' voices. And that happens all over YouTube.
No, they're bringing him out to do exactly what he's doing. It's like, do you think he wore my shirt on purpose? On that first live?
Now
Or do you
listen.
think that was just an accident, Griff?
Well, that's what a narcissist usually does. They'll try to do something, try to defame other people.
No, it's trigger my ass to do them whatever, and then it's just bullshit. It's all bullshit. By him, by this group doing it, they knew he and my children are my weak points. And what are
Somebody's calling her out again. Let me mute. Respectfully, why did we all hear sedative, but you're saying you didn't say it?
Is there a gag order on Andy about him not talking about you?
He cannot talk about me. His rules are different. I can speak about our abuse. I can say whatever the hell I want to. His side of the paperwork, which I clearly have, say he cannot speak about myself or my daughter because they forget my daughter's on that too. He cannot ask a question.
Oh, that question got removed. You see.
He also cannot in any way make
I'm gonna mute it again. That question got removed. Respectfully, why did we hear the word sedative, and you're saying you didn't say it, but though she did say it?
Feel like we were threatened, harassed, or whatever. So what these creators have already done by bringing him out,
she didn't get the answer. That one
really
got deleted.
My inbox and other places going wait till Jody Sue has
so far
using him as a weapon in those clear terms, and then I've got the Discord messages and recordings of others and phone calls where they are clearly saying that's what they're doing with Andy is to target us, and that he's been behind the scenes basically saying the same thing, like fuck her, fuck this. That's why they're worried about releasing those first phone calls, is because they're targeted towards me. That's why
Well, somebody just asked her that question.
I really did. I despise the questions that really have no merit.
He ain't going to mention it.
If anybody's ever been a survivor of SA or DV, to make merit,
he's violating that by doing what he's doing with this group. He is working with this group to abuse us, and that makes us feel harmed, harassed, and threatened. And I could very well get
The question was, respectfully, why did we all hear sedative when now you're saying you didn't say it? Well, that question was up on the screen, and you can go back and watch it on his live, and it just popped off. Now then, there's another question.
and have him the whole thing fucking violated just for that.
It was a monster.
And
Why
I'm
did
damn near
you?
about to.
If he was a monster, why'd you wait 26 years?
same questions about some of these people we've already clarified before. The same thing, it goes back to the same comment that people claim the hindsight's 2020. Again, there was 7 calls to CPS in a year by people in the neighborhood about pertaining to the 4 kids. Why is it? Again, why is it all of a sudden y'all keep asking? Why didn't she call the law? Why didn't she do this? And also this comment here, why did you stay 26 years with him?
What about the question before, Griff? You're talking about, Griff, you're talking about putting out true shit. Rewind that back to the question that somebody respectfully asked about the sedative question. But no, you removed it and you never let her comment on it. But you go on to this question.
I'm not going to be asked that by anybody.
I'm not going to answer you.
They don't know.
It's a question.
And May is one of my worst trolls. I'm not listening to that. That's meant to
apparently these people have never been through this situation. And the issues of how long she stayed there, I mean, it happens. I mean,
that's victim blaming, it's victim blaming, and it's implying that they would have done something different or that they had access to,
she's blaming everybody else.
Trapped. No cell phone, no home phone, living a million miles from nowhere.
You can still befriend if you're accused of one is attacked.
Alabama truth seeker, you send her some crayons and she'll eat it.
I'm not saying that's what it was. I'm not going to try to diagnose.
Stayed with her abuser for over 60 years until he passed away. She never left. She was scared to.
Look, I tried a million ways, a million times.
Yeah, but didn't she just a while ago say that he essayed her? And but though she stayed 26 years?
Desperate as hell.
Something is not right there, guys.
I have no idea.
I don't know. It may be just me.
And every situation is different.
Okay, this is right. Apparently, I can't speak on what you've been through. I haven't spoke on what you've been through, Duchess. I'm a DV survivor, okay? Understandable. We're not speaking on what you've been through. We're talking about in the reference right here, in general, to people that's been through that. To ask questions like, why did you stay 26 years? Then couldn't you answer that question? Why she would stay 26 years with somebody who was attacking her? If you was a DV survivor, then you would understand what I'm getting at there. There's limitations.
Yeah, 26 years of getting beat and essayed and all that. And that's what she just claimed a while ago, that he essayed her. 26 years.
Why that question should be asked. If some of you are coming here just to be derogatory and try to
no, Griff, they're asking fucking questions.
Then so be it. But if it's to come in,
they're just asking questions that you clowns, you kumquats don't like. You see, whenever people come at you with real questions, you don't like that. You will delete comments and delete the questions, have the questions get took off and all that.
And then just utilize Jody Sue as an apparent tool to attack
more
me.
Content to pump out tonight, more clips.
That's fine. And they've got to have these lack of creation that happen. The ones that are in here, that I really do appreciate. The rest of the chat has been going on, but some of you
and to try to trigger me with the domestic violence and all that. And my son and the questions about all this, they're doing it on purpose as emotional mental.
And somebody, and if you go back and watch her clip, his video, I ain't got the technology or the knowledge of pulling his videos up, But if you go back and watch it, you'll see what I'm talking about because of stuff getting removed. That's what I'm talking about. The sedative comment.
But and it is. I am upset. I am pissed that these people who supposedly care about women, children, cases, domestic violence, who just a few short months ago were crying about Petito. A couple of days ago, it was about Petito again after they were cheering on all the bullshit Amber and Johnny, and it's popular right now to try to twist the narrative anyway, and in the world's heads. But here they are, and they're doing it. They are targeting and terrorizing and helping an abuser target and terrorize us. Further, these people could give a shit less about anything but dollars, money, torment.
Exactly. What about her children? She did not protect her children from that, seeing that.
That's it. That's all they care about.
And now then,
sit here and dissect.
and now then, she's on here acting like she cares about Summer and them boys. She didn't even. She just like Ernie didn't take care of her kids. Just like Griff, if you notice, he didn't take care of his kids. You know, birds of a feather flock together.
Every single word you said, Jody. We can break down every single word for whoever's benefit is unknown to me. But the fact of the matter is, in your mind, do you think that anything that you have said would bring Summer back? If we was to break down everything you said, do you think to anyone? I mean, could you clarify, get that straightened out? That whatever you have said in public, on your lives, or that you have
exactly, she's right.
Do you think that anything you said that they can just come after you and attack? Do you think it's going to bring Summer back?
I think that the reason I sit and speak and I'm still public is to help.
Right.
And I hope, like I've always hoped, that it reaches somebody who does have the key. I hope that something shakes loose. I hope that whoever's responsible feels the weight, sees the damage, understands maybe that Summer's real, starts feeling it. I hope it triggers whoever's responsible and their family members start noticing weird behavior or something and turn them the hell in. I hope a million things. But yeah, I mean, if there's somebody here to speak for her and to show the community and her friends and the world that, that she had, that we're real, Summer's real, and make her real to whoever's responsible, then it brings about something.
Has there been anything that you have not told the YouTube channel? Because that's coming out now that you need to tell everything you know to YouTube. And
No, I don't. YouTube's not entitled to that.
I don't believe you should, but now.
They're not law enforcement, Griff, and they're not fucking FBI. Right. They're not entitled to information.
Hi, KZ.
You ain't got the answer. It's a yes or no question. But you ain't got the answer because I know what it'll probably do is it'll bring them assumptions and all kind of shit speculation again. But is there information that you brought to the FBI or TBI or the Hawkins County Sheriff's Department that you have not divulged to YouTube about this case?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. And you can stop right there. That's all needs to be taken because that's the ones that need to know the information, not us out here.
They should.
We are not judge, jury, and advocate, even though we want to be. This is a public opinion out here. And just because she's not telling you information, people, does not mean that she's holding information back from the police or from law enforcement. That's the people that needs to have the information. Not you, not me, not anybody.
And look what they did with it, Griff. Even if they had it, look what they did with it.
This is funny right here. I have no DV charges, folks. If that's what you've got to come to me with, go somewhere else. Okay? Okay, that's ridiculous. That right there is completely unfounded. There's nothing there on that. I never was.
Somebody called his ice out.
Right now. That's your problem. That's what you want to do. You want to take things off course. This is about Summer, not about me, not about your ignorant ass ways of doing things. So you can carry on somewhere else. I'm not going to get you blocked, but you can just go somewhere else because it's not approved. As far as what the question was, like I said, you answered. You have been in contact with law enforcement, and you have given them the information that they needed on this case, that you thought they needed on this case, the questions they've asked you, that you have not given to the public, YouTube and all. That's what I want to know. And that's good. You have not withheld anything from the law enforcement either, have you? That's just
Law enforcement. That's the thing. YouTube ain't law enforcement. And I'm not going to give YouTube everything. That will never happen. That will never happen. You know, YouTube and these people, they can feel entitled. They can want. But look what they do with anything else, Chris.
Right.
Look what they do. They make money on it while fucking up her shit.
That's right.
While keeping her from being
KZZ.
they really, truly don't want her.
Go comment on one of my big videos and I'll fix that.
Found. Because guess what? If she's not found, they keep making money. It's just like they're already planning on party, quote, vigil number 2.
Let me know whenever you comment.
And clapping and cheering about it, handing out fucking party bags and twerking in front of her face on a freaking banner. Yeah, they really care. No, they care about what they can feed on and who they can abuse and get paid for it at the same time. Unlike in real life behind the screens, it's hard to con and make profit like they do here. Pack of little monsters who have found their quote niches. Yeah, break.
I want to ask a question here to the chat. I mean, if somebody made this comment, I agree, but we can dissect. Yes, you can. You can dissect everything that she said on YouTube. What she's brought hundreds and hundreds of hours of information. You can dissect that. If that makes you feel privy to anything, if it helps you get closure in your life. But in all honesty, do you actually believe it's going to bring us any closer to finding Summer?
You can dissect anything I've said.
I agree.
You can dissect anything that anybody on here says, even chat members. And then you can get on a panel in front of thousands of people and tell people what that person's
comment, I'll take care of
your
it.
theory on what they meant. Or how
your help would be
applied.
appreciated.
But that's not the person speaking for themselves, and that's not you listening to the source. That's listening to someone tell you what their opinion is about what somebody else must have meant or what they said or implied.
Right.
You, if you're coming from a biased standpoint, can go listen to anything and dissect it. And if you're coming at it from a biased purview, then what's going to happen is you're going to hear it and see it the way you want it to fit into your narrative and biases and your cognitive dissonance and your theory of what's happened to Summer. You can look at any of us and make us a suspect if it fits your theory and what you think.
Right. Exactly. You're exactly right. That's what it's all about, trying to fit the narrative. It's trying to control it to where they've got somebody they can pinpoint down as being the culprit in this crime. I know hearts are taking over, that people are caring about this child, but they're not doing it the proper way. They're trying to dissect what you said in their mind, and their false interpretation of reality. They're thinking that's going to get them closer.
No, that's not what they're about. They're about drama. They're about bullshit. They're about narratives. They're about screwing up cases. They're about being able to abuse and profit on it because behind these screens,
she's making herself a victim.
Are their own types of abusers, criminals. A lot of them with financial crimes in their background, addictions, meth, the whole nine. They're just random assholes with random YouTubes making money with no qualifications.
It seems kind of funny that we're always trying to make somebody else held accountable for things they say. But in actuality, the creators themselves are not even wanting to be held accountable for things that they've said out of or misuse of their tongue, or for things they've done, misuse of, or the accountability of holding information back for the YouTube viewers just to get clicks and views. We always want somebody else to be held accountable for things they've done, but we don't want to do that to ourselves. To me, I think that's a hypocritical point there. I don't see the justification in that. Tiffany said right here, I believe with all my heart Jody spoke out of anger and regrets it. It's a possibility.
I did not speak out of anger, and I don't regret a fucking word I said. Quit speaking for me.
See?
I didn't speak out of anger. I was triggered because you bunch brought my fucking monster out to further abuse me for profit.
That'd be true, Jody.
It was a little triggering, Tiffany, but it's true.
Right. What about this? This was said too. Could it be possible that she might have said things that that you might have forgotten because of the treatment you've been going through? I mean, just out of all just be transparent here. Could it be said, like it was said, I mean, things out of anger? I'm not saying that you're the only one to be held accountable. I think every one of us should be held accountable. But I'm just saying, could it be possibly that of anger, frustration, being medicated?
Yes, they did, John.
Things that was out of line.
Just like Ernie.
They're talking about what you said. Could it be possibly that has happened?
What do you mean?
I mean, no, I'm just saying that where they're getting the
What do you mean exactly?
I don't not mean it to be rude. I'm just trying to ask a question.
In the video from the other night?
No, I don't know. I'm talking about anything that when your treatments you've been going through the last, when you've gone through your treatments, has it been possible that anything that you've said has been misconstrued or been taken out of context due to the fact is and it might be something that you don't remember saying that was taken out of context because of medication? I mean, I'm not trying to
the only way anything I can say is be taken out of context is by creators in YouTube. If you're asking me if I was somehow mentally
No, I don't mean that. That's not what I meant.
Because I have cancer or because radiation. Like, what?
I'm just asking because the possible medication. I'm just asking the question. I'm not taking.
So, what you want is for me to say whether or not I'm medicated.
It could be that. I mean, it could be. I don't know if that's what they're trying to ask or not. I'm just saying that could it be possible that there's some things that make me like for instance, let me throw an example out there. I'm not talking about like
I've said what I've said.
Okay, that's fine. We can leave it like that. That's fine. I think that there's a misconjecture. There's people that's taking things out of context. I know that, and it's been and what's getting me though is I'm seeing a lot of creators that ask me the same question. That if they go back on their own lives, they can see where they've said things that were taken out of context, or they've said things that
that's kind of their thing, Griff.
I know. I'm just saying. Keep it real around here, folks. What is it all about? I mean, what are we trying to contribute this to? Are we throwing blame? Are we gaslighting? Is that what we're doing here? We're trying to find we got a victim, right? We got somebody we can attack and make ourselves victims here. Is that what we're looking at? Is that what we're going with this people?
Oh my goodness. Making her a fucking victim.
I'm not deflecting. We're keeping it on Summer. You can quit that. That's gaslighting right there. There's nobody deflecting here.
Yeah, you are. You're making her out to be a victim. I'll tell you why you're making it out a victim. You're making her out to be a victim because you're jealous of Beanie. You're jealous of this one. You're jealous of that one. So yeah, you're on there making it like she's the victim. She ain't no fucking victim. She's done this shit to herself.
Several times they keep coming back up. Is that what we're doing here? You're trying to gaslight by saying that we're gaslighting. Come on, baby. Let's get over this. Let's get over this fact.
And they don't want to take accountability for neither one of them two clowns that's on this that I'm streaming right now, because they always blaming others. They're always supposedly the victims. What about the people you victimized, Griff? What about the people you conned? You yourself, motherfucker, took and tried to jump on the bandwagon of Summer a long time ago. Let me make myself clear again, Griff. I'm not saying you was up here. I'm saying you was planning on coming up here and setting up a GoFundMe, a Cash App, and to take up food donations for Candace. You said it yourself, right on your fucking lives, whenever you was getting kicked out of moving from hotel to hotel.
And you're here, we're trying to get information about Summer. This woman here was a neighbor. She was a neighbor that is, one way or another, is either conflicted. The stories have been conflicted. They've been taken the wrong way. Sedation of children and drugs. What is that? Are we really going to keep saying that about this? She never said that's what. I mean, we're going to take children selling.
And I promise you, folks, that was one of his schemes. He never done it, but that's one of his schemes that he was trying to take up. Whenever he claimed he never got evicted from a hotel, but on one of his lives, he dirty deleted, probably. I know he dirty deletes. His shit was sitting at the tree, under a tree.
That's happening at, you mean, if that's the case, folks, if we're going to hold her a judgment call on this, we should hold every person that lives on Ben Hill Road accountable for this. That's kind of, you're reaching for something to try to make her the criminal here.
Yeah, it's one of those quotations that's still out of context. Like, give me a fucking break, Justice. Go fuck off.
See, that's what you all say. Go fuck off. Fuck off. Do this, do that. Don't ask, you can't ask me legitimate questions. What are you thinking? Go fuck off. Bunch of crybaby larps.
You need to stop having contact with me at all, because I'm pretty sure lawsuits are headed his way for his part in this shit too. He can go fuck all the way off.
I see you out there.
Exactly, Queen Ashley.
Yeah. Well, we've got BK in here too, by the way. People have not noticed that, but he's in here. He's in the chat just to let everybody know that he's in here lurking as a troll. But his mouth and everything like that. And I'm just letting you know, Jason, so you just be looking forward to it, because they'll probably use this as content later on.
Oh, they are. Watch them see. It'll be TM triggered Jody Sue, and look what she said today. And here's this one statement out of context we're going to push a narrative with and swear that everybody else.
Exactly, crafting.
That don't even know Summer and have a longer history of criminal behavior.
This is one of them. This is BK here. This is BK here. I see you. I know it. That's ICU. That's Big K.
I see you.
Also Big K.
Tiffany, you were too kind to Jody Sue. They're saying that's BK. How the fuck does he know?
Of course you do. I see you, BK. We know what you've got. You know, you've got all this made up screenshots. You've got things that you try to validate all your shit with, and you're able to do that. TT, right here, you can't say things you have expect. Not yeah. Let's talk about that, TT. It's just all, like I said, it's all out there. Just to get to keep transparency, they just call them who they are. You know, it is what it is. Yeah, I'm not BK. Of course you're not. That's why you say you're not. But that's okay.
Can you?
We know who you are. Fine.
Can you prove that it is him, Griff? You cannot, sir.
Issues. That's bullshit. That one, I can go fuck off too.
Yeah. Okay. We know who that is. Yeah, of course he is. That's fine. That's my opinion. Yeah, LOL. That's funny. BK-sters. That's right. You know who it is. You know who you are. I believe Jody is here with Griff because she needs a credit note. I think that's kind of shitty, Tiffany. That's kind of
I believe Jody. Now listen to this. I believe Jody is here with Griff because she needs a creator who isn't aware of what all was said. That's upsetting. And you know what? She is right. She's 100% correct.
I'm here because I choose to be.
I'm taking the limelight off her channel. Is that what I'm trying to do? I'm trying to bring a little clarity here, but that's how y'all attack. There you go. That's very.
And she's telling the truth.
I knew the claws would come out eventually.
He has no idea what the fuck he's talking about.
Well, no, here's the thing. They want to say it's like the last place, and that'll be the spin. No, I went on Griff because
exactly, Joe.
I was human.
What the fuck?
And because I felt like clarifying. You see how it works with Smash politely?
Jackie Blue, I'm not Jimbo. I ain't that fucking kumquat.
I can't help you ask Chap about it because you made the wrong decision the other day, so you didn't get the info or the clarity. That's on you. But let me tell you something. This ain't the only place I can go.
Exactly, Alabama.
Has more fucking subs than Chris M's ever looking at.
Come on now, that's not really. You're not trying to.
I'm giving my opinion, Griff, and I'm also allowing you to use my content. I'm trying to help.
I know you don't have an opinion.
You're okay, Jackie Blue.
I don't have I've got my issues with you, and I've cleared my issues before. But let's just go for all clarity and all, simplicity here. I know how far this goes. Let's just don't get all twisted here. There's no sense in trying to don't disrespect my intelligence.
Griff looks for people like Jody Sue to make them look like victims. He's a LARPer because he can't come up with he can't he can't hold a candle to the true channels like Benny and like this and like that one. And that's why he does what he does. He sucks up all this information that's done been out there, and now then he's making her look like a victim and using Summer's name for views. And he has no fucking idea what he's talking about. He's letting them talking about shit that's done been put out there. He's done it before. He's done it with Ernie. He's done it with us. He's a liar. He's a carp. He's a bottom feeder. He is a hog sucker kumquat.
This is her up here trying to explain what's going on. This is what it's all about. It is what it is. Now y'all can go over there and do what y'all want to do and spend it on and get your exploit this child you want to.
You're exploiting her.
This is not it's not nothing to do. And of course you can carry it on and y'all can keep the gist of it. I'm not being disrespectful to you either. I hope you understand. We can agree to disagree, but that's just the facts of it. There's been many of this going on, so we're not making this about any other creator.
Griff's irrelevant.
Let's get back to what we were talking about. Let's try to stay on point here. The day that it happened.
That's the way they work, Joni. They call all the true people that calls them out on their bullshit bullies.
The day this all went down.
And that's not the truth.
From my knowledge, I'm not the feds. I don't know where it was with GPS location and shit.
I got you. I just was curious if you knew if you could see him coming in and out of the house, back and forth. As far as that there was an issue that I remember. You said that she come down the end of the hill. She come down the end of the road. You was down by the driveway. Correct me if I'm wrong. And she was looking for Summer. Could you tell us a little bit about what happened during that time whenever you seen her in her mama's truck? Do you remember what I'm talking about?
I mean, she come down the driveway. She was on the phone with Dawn, but at first it was such a loud conversation. I thought she actually had some in a vehicle, but it was actually Dawn on speakerphone. She come down, and where I was already like, well, because I tried to yell up at her and be like, hey, I'm down here. I hear you all looking for Summer, obviously, because they were yelling her name, but they couldn't hear me.
Stop, leave
So
Summer's precious
started,
names out of your
searching.
mouth.
I got
It's
to the
disgusting.
tile part of the road, and as I heard the vehicle come down, her talking to somebody, I stepped back up out of around the spot where all the needles and drug everything was. Come back up out of there.
Hey, Princess.
Met her, and it was just a brief interaction. That's when I realized it was Dawn on the speakerphone after a second or two, and not somebody in a vehicle, because I scanned the vehicle going myself, where the fuck, while I was talking to kids, just brief. And then I went ahead, she drove on, and I went back down to that spot. The other neighbor is out. She runs directly into them. They come directly to me, and we start, so that was it. So.
It is a sad day. Let me get this right here. I want to make sure this gets up there. It's a sad day. This is Preachers and Choir, sweetheart. It's a sad day.
The truth didn't come out with your channel.
No, it's a sad day when creators and subs are being attacked for words that others said. That's amazing. That is a mouthful right there. That's the worst. All of a sudden today we're attacking creators and subs for words that coming out of your mouth. How many times have we had this happen to us? To other creators and other subs from channels such as the.
I just love that
when do we quit gaslighting on this shit and we speak?
Justice here, who helped harm myself, my family, dox everybody, get my family members contact all that shit, wants to stand here and play victim. It's a sad day, boo-hoo, when creators and stuff are being attacked. Dude, miss me. Miss me.
Because you're on our channel and we're not monetizing this. And we don't take no money for on summer wells, Kate. And they're not getting the story that we're doing because you were so kindly to come on our panel.
If that was the case,
join us.
why was that $sign at the bottom of your comment thing? If you was not monetized, why was that $sign at the bottom of the screen?
Well, we do thank you very much, even though some of the people in the chat have been saying, "Oh, I won't show the butt," but they keep doing that really is over and over because it's not the answer they're wanting to hear. It's not satisfying their needs. Why didn't you? I mean, that's nobody knows what anybody will do unless they're in that position. I, for one person,
Exactly, Katie.
If I had a missed
Put
job,
some hearts
because
up
of the
for
bullshit that's
Jackie
going on
Blue.
in this case here. Now, that's just me personally. That's nothing against nobody else. Amen to that. I mean, I would never, unless that is the only media that was around me for hundreds and hundreds of miles, that I had to stoop that low to go to YouTube and say, "Please help me find my child," and then you can explore her later. Fuck them up. Pardon my friend. Just be quiet. But that's the way I look at it. They're not getting the answers they want you to say. They're not giving them what they want to hear.
What gets me though, what amazes me is how all of a sudden you're the reason why
And no
creators
disrespect to nobody in your chat, but that's just my personal opinion.
but you're the reason why creators and subscribers are being attacked. Because what you've said, creators and subscribers are being attacked because what
who they ought to be asking questions about?
They're talking about some or anybody else. They're still going to be attacked.
But you're the blame. You're being blamed now for all the creators and subscribers being attacked.
Make this make sense. Make this make sense. Tell me why it is that they're not going, well, why in the fuck didn't Andy report the abuse he knew about, but Jody Sue didn't? Why is it that Andy knows shit he could have said somewhere? You don't want to know why? Because Eating Me makes money right now, and they want to keep Andy out because, my views are running streets and targeting and terrorizing and them helping him do it, which is violating the fucking order. Pull out.
Right. Exactly.
Is profitable right now. He's been doing toy, and everybody wants to hear, and everybody wants to do whatever. Why are they not?
I'm enabling you to talk, Jody, because I'm enabling you to talk, and I'm costing people money. That's what.
And then they're standing here. Even CSI broke up with him last night and removed his fucking video because she found out he was conning her. That he was in it about money. And then she jealous because she's got some unhealthy attachment to Andy, who she's been flirting with and obviously got a thing for, and feels betrayed by, and knows he's a fucking con. And he is. He's lying, dude. He's got ample houses and property. He ain't been evicted from nowhere. He don't need a damn camper. He's got brand spanking new cars. He's stealing money from the government under my kid's name. He is not paying.
Exactly, Gina B.
He's fucking dope. He's a dope head. I put up the receipts in his own fucking words. The dude is an abuser. There are literally messages of him admitting to hurting myself, my children, dude. He's a monster.
Listen, she makes it about her.
But then what do you have Justice and them out here saying this morning? They're trying to play victims, right? They are fucking to come over here and accuse me of hurting their poor little creator feelings. But these people have been up to the worst shit. Targeting, terrorizing, stalking, doxing my entire family, putting out fucking lies and narratives about us and my children and videos and stolen this and blackmail that. Fuck right off. Come over here and play victim. You got good little abusers that you are. Yeah, you're the victims, maybe, because I've called you some bad names. I might be a little angry this morning. While you twist and turn my words and try to say that somehow it's me being sus, but not your precious new little pet you think you're going to bring the hell out, that makes myself and my daughter, who's also on that protection order, an order of protection, feel harmed, targeted, and harassed, and in danger, which violates it.
That's true.
And you all have admittedly, on phone calls and everything that's been sent to us, and so has the audio that's been recorded of him, are doing what you're fucking doing to target and harm us and make us feel that way. So I will give you all more information. You are helping him target and abuse us for clicks, likes, subs, and views. You know what you're doing. He knows what he's doing, and everybody's forgetting my daughter's on that shit too. But I don't care how you try to spin it, making her feel threatened, harmed, and harassed by him being online like that, and admittedly doing so for that reason is violating that order of protection.
Why ain't he in jail then, bitch?
The video they're talking about, they want to keep showing that she's already said that you've already said, Joyce, that you're releasing that video, right? About the Senate.
It has been unlocked since yesterday.
Okay, the video is unlocked, folks. If you want to go watch the video, go to her channel and watch it. That's the fact.
If you really have verification and be politely answer her questions, and then go spin it anyway.
That's right. NY2 to LA, that's what we need truth. Clicks and views are not going to get it. There's people in here upset right now because they're not getting the clicks and views rendered off of it or getting the monetary value off of it. I don't care. This is here for educational purposes to an extent because we're not law enforcement. We're not investigative reporters. We're nothing. Just like you're nothing. You might garner more views and subscribers, but you still got to realize you're amateur. I'm amateur. We all are not in this to solve this case. We're not going to solve this case. She is not using me. I asked her on here to explain her case.
And he treated me like I was human, whether he has 12 subs or not.
I mean, come on. You know, because I'm not one of the big names, does that mean something? Is that supposed to be wrong for her not to?
And I think I'm over here because you're the only person who had me. But tonight it was planned for me to go up on a panel.
If one of them, you'll go on their channel.
And that's the thing. Tonight it was planned for me to go up on a certain channel that has like 70-some thousand subs to it, and then 2 more that they all revolve around that have way more than they'll ever fucking have. I can go basically anywhere I'd like at any time. I don't care how many subs somebody has, as long as they treat me like I'm human and let me speak for myself.
That's right. And that's what I'm giving you the candor. I'm giving you the opportunity to speak for yourself. And the way
Griff politely asked me up on panel without bullshit. And I said, okay, I'll come up and clarify for you. Was that simple?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, simple that was, Griff.
I appreciate that. I really do. I do appreciate that. We're not going to change anybody's opinion. We know that. Clarity, what it's about. Now, if it's not going to be the clarity, these people are not going to be cleared. Their minds are not going to be changed. We know that.
And the thing was, it's like these critics, they're not out about it. It's like when you see Candace and Dawn first make an appearance on here and everything last year. They could have easily sat down with some Barbara Walters interviews or something, but they didn't. They pushed drugs in, they pushed money in, they wanted Salacious, they wanted Jerry Springer. Not once do you ever see an actual interview with Dawn and Candace that is appropriate to get information about summer, the day, real questions, nothing like that. Nothing. And all they had to do, Dawn and Candace were suspicious of them, knew they were fucking with him from the get-go too. I did as well. They come immediately into your inboxes. They're hunting you down. It's like pray for not one when Amber Alerts go out. You know, although you have Squall, who for some reason was watching all of us prior to Summer vanishing. Weird. She's the first one to come up with the marathon idea that she's pissed at the rest of these creators for taking from her. Wandering around on one hill pretending to be somebody else. Only mentions the marathon once Dawn does. It's a little strange and suspect as hell.
Right.
But either way, you have all they had to do. Do you see them actually conduct real interviews or treat any of us like they were human? No. Instead, they went with this funsies game for drama and Jerry Springer to pump shit out, narrative subs, clicks, likes, views. They never were worried. It's like BK and Kraken and all them, dude. I know that they're fucking lying. They have literally been on 110 and they still don't even know basics because they were never there for information. information on Summer. They were there for Salacious and hoping they could party down with the parents and get a confession that wouldn't have fucking went anywhere anyway with the police because, you know what I'm saying? And it's appalling. The whole damn thing's appalling. But any of them at any point could have just come at us like human beings and asked us for an interview and probably gotten a hell of a lot farther if this was ever about Summer for them. But we could all tell immediately with all of them LARPing and playing stupid psyops games and all this bullshit in the background to feed on for us off of, you know, I mean, that's what they chose instead, and it's the dumbest shit I've ever seen.
Well, I'm
you don't
curious.
see Barbara Walters out here headhunting people down or calling witnesses to a fucking crime.
I'm just
You
curious.
don't
I heard
see them
somebody
like
said,
calling them and saying you inserted yourself. No, you know who inserted themselves? All these damn creators who aren't anybody but random assholes around the country with random YouTubes with no qualifications.
right. This question here, this was brought up. So why didn't you release this? Why did you release this on YouTube if you didn't need to say anything and say anything? If you didn't need to say anything, say it to the police. Only Jody Sue and leave it alone. Only Jody Sue. And so what about Allie? Was that same comment made toward Allie and her mother whenever they were talking about when this case come out? Was any of those comments made toward them whenever they released it to YouTube?
That's Justice Sproul asking that question. Justice Sproul asked her, so then why release this on YouTube? You didn't need to say any of this. Say it to the police. Only Jody Sue and leave it alone. That's true. Why didn't you go to tell it to the police?
Was any of these things made?
On his channel.
Did anything said
give information out about my sister, my other monster in my life, my father? Was that necessary to the investigation, sweetheart?
Right. Well, what about Donnie Sanders? Why was any trouble when everybody was going in their attention, when everybody was getting them on their panel to talk about this case with the phone call and everything? Why did that comment not come up in that? Why didn't that comment? Why are you saying this to YouTube? Because it was clicks and views for you. Why is it now?
He won't let her talk.
Toward Jody Sue, whenever all these other people.
Need to go ask Monster.
I'm just curious, why ain't this being crashed across the board here? Why is it that one person's being attacked like this? Why isn't anybody saying that toward Andy, H's dad? Or why didn't anybody say
I showed proof that he's a dope and a fucking junkie, and that he's watching people. Also, the shit. I showed receipts for Monster. Guess who they're still not attacking?
Right.
Why are they not asking why is it that he hid the abuse of Summer and didn't ever take video or audio that could have helped DCS prove
right.
and save Summer?
By the way, Rap, that is the actual title of this story, Rap. I just want to let you know who's your daddy, Rap. We know that. That's what it's for. The unexplored and unexplored period.
Summer and did not. Andy did know about the abuse. I did not. Why did he hide it? He could have saved Summer. But yet, here you son of bitches are, twisting my words.
Oh,
shit I didn't say because you want the monster.
She's mad.
As the new chew toy. Until you set him off when you stop licking his ass and he goes out and does public shootings he's been dreaming of. Or he kills the new supply. Or the new children involved.
Exactly right. Just because she spoke her mind on her YouTube channel, now she's the one that, why is she saying this all to YouTube? While everybody else was doing the same freaking thing with these other people, when they were exploiting the hell out of this child, putting these other people on there for clicks and views. Why wasn't that brought up by any of you? Why wasn't that hard question given to any of them other people while they were sitting there giving you entertainment value, when they were giving you content for you to stop and edit and also pause and wait till 2 months down the road to give out more information on the phone call? Why wasn't that why wasn't that brought up? If you want to be credible, if you want to be honest about the whole thing, why wasn't any of these other people approaching
exactly,
that same
Crafty?
That same question? Why are you bringing this out to the public? Why are you doing it instead of going to law enforcement? Nobody give a shit about that then.
Law enforcement already knows, for starters. They have since the day Summer vanished. Secondly, if these motherfuckers are going to bring out Monster to harm, terrorize, which is what's happening, He said they're saying
I
that.
said no, Dad. I'm sorry. Hey, let me stop this.
I'm going to protect myself and my children with the truth in my voice that I refuse to have another monster take from
I
me.
want that taken. Let me stop this right now because I'm gonna shut this down if I have to. I done said this was not
He's
for
triggered.
any kind of monetary gain. No chat, no super chat, none whatsoever. It was put in the description. I cleared that up. There was no money gonna be taken. For anybody to put that out there right now is trying to dilute, trying to
Somebody, he had a dollar sign at the bottom of his thing. It was not cut off.
I told y'all there was no money going to be taken for this.
He's a liar.
Exploit this child.
He's a
I
liar.
do not want that cash. Please take it off. Take it off. I do not want that money. If you give it then for this chat is not set up for that. Take it off. Yes, they can. Yeah. I don't know how it does it. You need to figure it out. But I want that money.
See, he was accepting money, guys.
Stop enabling. Y'all enable
Until
everybody.
somebody called him
Every
out
one of
on
you
it.
creators out there that are being negative toward this woman, you enable every day when you create false content, when you exploit the hell out of this child. This is not what it's about. Now, what you've done right now is trying to make a mockery of this whole thing, like you always do. That's the bullying and hating. And, didn't y'all learn anything last night off your little seminar that you had over there on that side of the fence about bullying and hating and cyberbullying? Now you
they talked about this game about they were saying they don't bully, but then what do they do every day?
They don't have. You don't have to send money to have your question asked. I've been asking questions out of the chat.
We
And
ain't
they wonder
bullying.
why children go in, or like the guy the other day, shooting up school, killing others and children. But then the next day, what are they doing online? They're trying to push people to fucking suicide. They're trying to, get their monsters
Bullshit.
brought out to further abuse them and to harass
Bullshit, you
terrorists,
stupid
target.
bitch.
I mean, these people are abusers. Abusing. They don't give a shit about any type
No,
of
we're calling out
crime.
George's stupidity. I'm playing it because people needs to know. There's people probably didn't even know you was on the grifters. Listen at the snorts. Listen at the snorts. And then goddamn fucking Ernie Shell coming in my chat. I don't got no use for him. And then him saying, and I like to clear that up one more time too. Ernie, if you're listening, you come into this chat, stay the fuck out of it. I'm not your friend, nor will I ever be your friend. I want to knock your teeth out. Let me make myself clear on that. You're no better than the grifter. You're no better than Jim Blow. I'm not your friend. You claimed that I talked to you the other day. Show me my motherfucking phone number, bitch. Show me my phone number. I'm going to knock your teeth out, bro. Now, that's a promise. I'm tired of saying, if you come up to me for this and that, I'm going to knock your teeth out. Plain and simple. Because if I knock your teeth out, you have to come up to me. So there you are. I'm not your friend, nor will I ever be your friend, you piece of shit. I'm tired of being accused of hurting kids and saying I've been arrested. I've not been in jail, you sorry son of a bitch. Not like you. I don't play in the fucking streets. I don't play in the fucking streets. I don't do meth. I don't run to Hortinas to get loaded. I myself take care of my kids, you sorry pieces of fucking garbage. Yeah, I'm coming back up. He gonna have a blow a heart valve. He gonna do this. He gonna do that. No, I'm gonna blow you fucking teeth out with my fist. I'm getting better whether yous motherfuckers like it or not. You'd want me off YouTube. Yous want me off of this or that. I've not been in jail. I've not been arrested. I've not been fucking raided. Nor have I talked to you sorry son of a bitches. Nor will I ever. Only goddamn talking I'm gonna be doing is knocking yous' fucking teeth out. Whether you or Xander or Tina, anybody likes it. People that follows you can follow you. They can watch whoever. But Ernie, you're not welcome in my fucking chat. You sorry, womanizing, cocksucking, kumquat using meth head motherfucker. Go play in traffic. I'm not afraid of you. I'm not afraid of nobody. For you to come in here and say, I talked to you the other day. You're a fucking liar. You're a fucking liar. I was done told that you pulled that shit a while back. Guess what? Guess I was talking to somebody whenever you was claiming I was talking to you. The day I become afraid of you, Ernie Shell, is the day fucking hell freezes over. So the best thing you can do is just stay the fuck out of my chat, you sorry kumquat. I don't give a fuck. I don't care if you're playing in traffic. I don't care if you broke down on the side of the interstate. If I see you, I'm going to pass you right on by, bro. And you better hope the fuck you stay out of front of my vehicle whenever you're playing in the streets. I have no use for you, Ernie. I hate you, Ernie. God forbid, God says don't hate, but you, I hate you. I hate Tina. I hate Xander. You will fucking pay. You three kumquat dick suckers will pay for putting my goddamn family's pictures on fucking Facebook. You will pay sometime or another. I promise you. I promise you on my life. My life. I promise you. You will pay. And it will be Facebook Live. You're going to see, people's going to see what people can do to people like you. You just come in here thinking yous can run things. Yous don't run a fucking thing. That's why Tina and Xander lives off the fucking government selling their drugs because their business people don't like the shit. Yous don't run a fucking thing. I don't care if yous run straight to hell. Go play in the streets.
I think I'm back on now. I'm gonna try to find that question. You there, Judge Sue?
I don't hear you, baby.
Judge Sue, you there?
Are you put on?
Yeah, I'm on.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. I just had to I got twisted off. The weather's getting bad here. I'm trying to find where she put where Pepsi Cola. I'm just trying to ask a question. I'm gonna try to get to your question. Bear with me. I'm gonna try to go back. That's no problem. I'm not upset. I just want. That's what these haters will do. They'll utilize that and they'll claim, oh, that $5 throw everything out of context. All right, here's your question, Judge Sue. I'll put it up on the screen. And it's not out of merit for the $5. I do appreciate what you're trying to do, but that's not what it was about. It said, can you address when you said, ask Andy what other than weed in reference to selling drugs to 110 to state? I guess the question is, did he sell anything else other than weed to anybody at the residence from 110? I know you've already answered that. That she might have come in late. They're coming in late. Just to clarify, can you answer that question for her? Do you hear me, Judge Sue?
I'm feeling way up there, Johanna. Thank you.
But they're saying in reference to selling drugs when it's sedate girls for abuse.
Right.
That's horseshit. I said he was selling and that it could have been used, and could have had sedative qualities for a little one being given that.
She's backpedaling now.
I got you.
And anyway, so we've already clarified this.
I think we're trying to find reasons to throw hate out there. I think that's what it is now.
No, they're trying many different ways to ask the same question, thinking they're going to get a different answer.
She's a suspect to you, Pink Phoenix, because you're allowing her to be a suspect because you have nobody else to reach for. You don't have no cognitive thought because you cannot justify where this child is. The simplest alternative could be right in front of your face and you wouldn't care because now you've got a person you can blame. There were new children involved. Now you just said there were new children involved. She never said that. There was other
I love
children
you
that
guys
were going up and
too.
back and forth to that area, right, Jody Sue? Let's say that one more time for some of the people.
Everybody, that's a wide known fact on YouTube that there was always kids, teenagers, shit like that hanging out.
Right.
Widely. This is no new information.
Well, I remember Allie making comments about her daughter, that her daughter was going up there.
Yeah. We all said that there was always kids going back and forth. It was usually a party ground for teenagers. All this other stuff. Everybody's known this. This is not new information. They act like this is some sort of, they're making it into something it's not. But most of it's known. It's just like the weed thing and Andy thing. That's known. There's all this other shit going on. The other kids visited back and forth. It's been known. There's been whispers of all kinds of other shit. Stand here and act like I gave this big giant revelation. Stupid as hell. I have questions. I'm tired of not asking. I want answers because it could lead to summer. But what are they doing? They're trying to ask me questions only monster things. Ask him what the fuck.
Who just used the wrong words, River? Who are you talking about? Who are you talking about? Who he just used the wrong word, wrong big words. Who are you talking about? Okay. What did he say? I missed that.
Suggest that it could be used to sedate little girls. Let me ask you this. If you're standing in line at Walmart and you got a woman in front of you with a buggy full of kids and she's got two other buggies slammed full of damn groceries and she pulls out a card or a Medicaid card, do you all of a sudden, if you say something like, yeah, that's all she is a baby factory over there with all them babies and everything, is that, why would she even suggest that? That don't make sense. I mean, it could be the woman.
It's like that's a fear, right? It's a fear.
He's a grifter. Grifter, River.
That question. Why do you keep asking that? Because she speculated? Hasn't everybody speculated in this child?
They need to listen to the video. I mean, and then they need to listen closely. That my fears are, in hindsight, after I found out,
it is mind-boggling.
Vanished, and after we knew what Don was, and what he's done in his past, and his sisters come forward, and all this other stuff, after years of thinking Don was the one pulling the peep and palm on me and my child in the house, it was like, holy shit. Could it, what's really happening over there? Go listen to the damn video.
Right. If you timestamped it at 2.5, then how about going ahead and releasing that video then, Shay? Go ahead and release it. If you get clarity out of what was said, they don't like it whenever people call them out. You can't target Jody Sue on her.
Thank you, River.
Send it to my email if you can clear that to me. If you see that, what's just doesn't matter. New kids, old kids, it doesn't matter. There was kids up at that house.
I'm sorry, somebody threatened to come murder me after standing on panels, telling lies about my life, my abuser, working with this group openly. And by their own voice and the recorded phone calls with them, admits to working with the group to target us on purpose and to terrorize long before I supposedly spoke bad about her brother. Can guess my whole
Yes, he did.
Threatening to come murder me or to sleep with Andy. And didn't you just break up Andy and CSI there? You don't need to have contacts anymore until FBI knocks on your door, lady.
Oh, bullshit.
You and your murder threats, and you're working with the group to target me for months behind the scenes, including with the monster stuff.
You're saying Jody Sue and her clan, Jody Sue, a domestic violence survivor. You're going to say her clan now because she was involved with this man for what, 26 years? You said.
Listen at this. Somebody asked Jody Sue, why did you even suggest that it could be used to sedate little girls?
Sure. And now you're going to sit there and say her clan for sedating.
I wonder if that'll get answered.
That sold drugs 110 Ben Hill Road. Now I said, is that how y'all justify what you're saying about this?
And if Jody Sue knowed that, why didn't she say something?
I mean, come on, man. That is ridiculous. Can you not see any kind of, y'all sit there and y'all want to sit there and claim the survivors, but you don't want to give nobody a little bit of credit to where she was in a situation? She wasn't the one doing it. She didn't hand off any drugs.
She knows of it. She's claimed that she knows of it.
Just because she says it, does that make her guilty?
She knows it. If she knows it, that makes her guilty. Yes, you fuck.
I hear tell she done broke up the relationship for $100 tip to old boy.
Well, let's
And
don't do what they're asking.
Copper figured out the con real quick.
See, Jody, that's what they're talking about right there. That right there gives them ammunition to say that. I know it just don't go there on that, because that's what they're trying to get you to do. They're wanting you to try to get there, and you're just they're wanting you to run afoul with just talking about these people. That's what they want to do. These people are wanting you to become the bad guy.
Hey, I know what they want, and I don't care. I'm still gonna stand.
Just as guilty at the least. Guilty of what? What is she guilty of?
If you know that he wasn't doing it, how stupid do you
guilty?
have to be? How ignorant can a person be if you know, just say for instance, if my daughter was here and I was selling drugs to my neighbor's kids and I got in trouble and she knowed about it, she would be just as guilty as me. How ignorant can you be? How ignorant can you be? That's stupidity. If she knowed that that boy or whoever was selling drugs, the crowd 110 Bean Hill Road, if it was actually happening, I mean, you can't believe a word she says, obviously. I mean, if she knowed it, why didn't she tell? Just like the liquor on the four-wheeler, hauling that kid around. Why didn't she tell?
What makes her guilty of what? This child disappeared. The child disappeared. Is she guilty of this child going away? Do you have proof of that?
I see you. He was claiming I see you was Benny.
The word she said, has she really given you proof that she's done anything to the child? Oh, a freaking knowing. Okay. So I guess you can say that the other creators that actually went to 110 Pin Hill and actually conversed with Don and Candace, they must be guilty as fuck too, huh? Because they know
creators like Squall who were for some reason watching us before Summer vanished and then came up with the marathon.
There was no fucking body watching you before Summer went missing. We didn't know who the fuck Yins was. They're ignorant as fuck.
And scam for money or to set up.
She just said there's people watching her before Summer went missing. Bullshit. She lies more. She's told more fucking lies, and you can see through it.
Or to take Summer. Summer may be out there, y'all.
Okay, she found out about the drugs prior to Summer went missing, and
after.
So in other words, okay, so she's guilty of not going to the police. You think that her making that comment would have really saved something?
After.
There's a lot of influence on one person saying that, and there's several people on that hill that made calls. There was 7 calls made to the police. As their CPS over the children. You're saying that you're putting a lot of emphasis on one statement that was going to solidify Summer still being involved in a neglectful family. What is this?
And they're also saying something that was not said.
Exactly, Kay Watson. Grifter is irrelevant. He's irrelevant.
Suspect? I'm questioning that. Who is she? Who is making her a suspect?
Every fucking body's a suspect.
The police come out and said that you were the suspect. They looked at you and said,
the exact words was everybody's a suspect. And this bitch said, oh, I ain't no suspect. She's a fucking liar. Everybody's a suspect. Until they say nobody's a suspect, everybody's a suspect. Common sense, Griff, you ignorant fuck.
Here's the thing. I don't care if we fucking are or not, because law enforcement can lie. But I know that they have stood face to face.
I don't believe Lawson come out and called you. I never heard Lawson say that you was a suspect. Lawson said everyone is a suspect. And in that simple manner,
well, that means everybody, Griff.
12 months ago, Lawson made a statement that everybody there was still suspect. They still say everybody's a person of interest, whatever. But I know to our face, without us asking, that they were like, y'all ain't suspects. That was from her head agent. Like, y'all ain't suspects. I'm like,
Everybody's a suspect.
Mallory Young says everybody lies except Jody Sue. Are we really going to do that? Are we really going to do that? Are we really going to go there with that? That everybody lies except Jody Sue. Ain't that kind of a humorous statement?
Exactly. Everybody lies except for Jody Sue. That's a good comment.
Biases, cognitive
Good comment.
comprehension skills all play a role. In the age of misinformation, it shines.
What is it? Okay, it's right here. I'm going to read this out loud. And then I'm just going to. Jody Sue has no doubt she knows exactly what happened to Summer Moon Utah well. She has known from day one. Lawson is a fucking joke himself. What do you know, Jody Sue, happened? I mean, I know you've made speculative comments about it.
I'm not giving out my theories, and I'm not giving out anything like that.
Oh, don't give it out. Don't give it out.
Pieces of hold.
Right.
And people run with it, Chris. No matter what I say.
And you live there in that area, so I can understand why you would hold that back. I mean, you're from that area, and I mean, like I said, have you held, again, I'll ask the question again to clarify, because some of the people did not get it. Have you told YouTube everything that you know about this case, or have you held anything from YouTube that you've given to the police? Respect this case. You have given everything.
YouTube and the public, you all don't need to know. You're not entitled to know everything I know, or that law enforcement knows. It's like everybody demanding law enforcement come make a statement. Like, fuck all that. YouTube ain't the police, they ain't the feds, they ain't solving shit. These creators just feeding shit on it and destroy cases.
Exactly,
so
Alabama.
YouTube does not know everything I know. It's what the hell is eating cycles about? And they're never gonna know.
Well, I've got an opinion on my book. Don Wells and Candace Wells knows exactly what happened to this child.
Prove
They've
it.
known since day one. How about that?
Somebody knows.
These two people.
I agree with that.
No one has been cleared. That is true. But if anybody is sus in this case, the two parents and the grandmother should be the ones that a lot of this directional hate goes to. And I'm not meaning it in disrespect, but you're trying to find a criminal, and you're overlooking the fact of the matter is that you got a woman that literally broke down on Dr. Phil that showed, and even Dr. Phil said she knew more about this case than what she was letting on, that there's more to this story. So to quit trying to target somebody on the outside, how about we look at the fact that the parents know more about this case than what they're saying?
They have been talked to.
Obviously, we all know more than, YouTube, and shit doesn't belong. Not everything all of us know belongs in the YouTube world. Law enforcement definitely freaking knows, but what the last people with Summer know, who the hell knows? You know what I mean?
Right.
And who knows if law enforcement knows what they know?
She feeds the people shit all the time. What about Don and Candace feeding the people shit? What about them sitting there making up these false stories about him being abducted by MS-13, taking his ass to Boston, and all this bullshit stories about the jokes and everything that's been said? What about the shit that's stirred up by the two parents, the two victims, supposedly, of a child being abducted? What about the parents that have caused all this shit?
And I'm not feeding anybody shit. Especially not where it concerns Summer. Now these creators who are starting to terrorize us and everything else. I mean, I'm sorry, I've been working my way through a little criminal empire that wants to harm I and my children repeatedly and screw with us and screw with Summer and her case, who I told them openly I would hunt them to the ends of the earth, but repeatedly didn't go to that stimulus reward fund. My bad for hunting down fucking criminals, harming people in cases, and a little girl's case.
You ain't hunting nobody down, Ernie Jr.
My bad. But where it concerns Summer, there is no bullshit.
Ernie Jr. Who's she hunting?
There's no bullshit.
Don Wells said, even Candace said the back door was unlocked. Don Wells said it was usually locked. But he also said that his boys had a tendency sometimes to unlock that door. Now that was set up at square one. Why are we going back to this? Are we trying to lose sight of what's really going on? I mean, come on, people.
I mean,
Who has she ever hunted?
You're sitting there creating a facade. What does it matter? The fact of the matter is, if she was in the basement, the door was locked, then she would not have been taken out. If that's what happened. You're the one that Ronnie Lawson was talking about spreading false rumors. That was a statement made by Stone Love just now. Was that whenever Johnny? Well, I know whenever you made the comment about the crying, you heard the child scream, and Ronnie Lawson came on when he talked to the reporter. He said
exactly.
Unfounded.
He said unfounded, which means they can't prove or disprove.
See, I know the definition of that. That's what I'm making sure other people don't. That's not the.
They also said that about the footprints and everything else. So.
What about when Don called about the stranger lurking around the area? You wasn't there privy to that conversation. You don't know. That was what H had told CM and them. That but he called Candace when he was on the phone when they were sitting in front of the pharmacy.
Exactly, Queen Ashley. That's what I called on to too. That's what she just said.
Do you know it?
No. Other than the weird.
That's what I just called on to.
I was seeing like. Yeah, I mean,
right. But you knew that was drug trafficking too, though, right?
Candace thought I had seen them the day before when Dobbs was there, and nobody said anything about anybody lurking on some damn property. And Candace
but before you said you didn't know.
People had been coming in and out to check it out, etc. You know what I mean? So there was obviously a lot of new traffic, new people in there. You know what I mean?
I got you.
And maybe they had gotten the wrong property across next door. Nobody ever thinks about that. Because at first, some of the realtor sites had the damn property for sale wrongly listed as the 125 address online. So people were coming up and shoving me down, spitting in my face, doing weird shit, arguing me that the actual property for sale was 125. That was not true. There were people wandering all over the place, getting the wrong properties and the wrong pieces. So it's possible somebody was wandering around. But Candace and Don never said so to me.
All right, this one here. I do have one question. What No Drama Mama said. Why protect Candace and Andy for months in the beginning of this case if you were privy to the facts?
Protect them from who? Protect them from who? You mean why didn't I tell YouTube or you as the public?
You never told police, obviously.
That's what I figured you'd answer that one.
You are not privy to everything we know. You are not entitled to it. Mm-hmm. And when people bust out and bluster, if I have to speak loudly as hell with truth to continue to protect myself and children, and to keep an asshole who didn't even care about Summer and could have saved her, but is now here to profit off of her, then I'm going to speak the truth with my fucking voice and to continue to protect myself and my children from
ain't
what
nobody
this
going over to your fucking
psychopath
house,
YouTubers is
you
doing
idiot.
And Monster is doing.
They ain't nobody going over to your house. Nobody's stalking your ass.
So there's why.
All right. Well, I got two questions back. I'm asking, just for all, ask why won't you meet with this guy?
I'm not answering anything for him. He can go dox another damn family, fuck off, go buy another pair of non-slip grips.
They don't like people like
What
us.
about the sketch artist? Can you at least acknowledge me and what it was about? Did sketch artist? Was there something about a person?
It wasn't a real sketch artist, Justice. Newsflash.
It wasn't the real one?
It wasn't a real one. It was used to try to fuck with me, Justice. You know how this game works, dear. And besides, I'm not meeting with a sketch artist, even if it was real, which it ain't, and it wasn't. We've proven this, Justice. Get on board here, buddy. You know how the fake bullshit works around here in the game. Either way, I am not giving YouTubers a sketch of somebody that could be innocent for them to float around the world and then potentially identify somebody and get them targeted and terrorized. And that does no good to law enforcement. If law enforcement or feds want to sketch, they'll come.
Griff's Victim Club. Hogsucker Kumquat Victim Club.
Get it.
Right.
And they'll distribute it. But that's not up to YouTube to do either. But that particular bullshit sketch artist was just that. Bullshit to manipulate me.
I want to answer this question. Griff, if the basement door was open, Candace surely would have ran out. She was hysterical, passing Grandis on the stairs. She ran up into the kitchen. The door must have been locked. Hindsight's 2020. The story wasn't told that way. That's the way the story was told. But then after the story was told, the story was told the door was unlocked. So the misconception is, if you're trying to, in my opinion, this is my opinion, my speculation, if you're trying to give an elaborate story of a child being taken from the basement, this was not a clearly thought out plan. Because the door was open, obviously, from Grandis's her camper door. She would have seen something coming through the woods to the door, to even by chance if the door was by happenstance to pick up and snap a child. But if the door was unlocked, the child could have easily come out the door and not been seen, because Candace said she went to the front porch and delivered Summer to the porch to her 3 boys.
That's what I'm trying to
and
figure
told
out.
them to watch her. And then Candace also said that she went back to the porch, went in the house looking for Summer, and they told her she's downstairs playing with her toys.
The boys told Lawson that the last time I seen Summer, she was walking out the basement door, she was outside, whatever. The boys told me the last place they seen her was at the swing.
The boys ain't talked to you since they been in foster home. Wherever they're at, they ain't talked to you, you liar.
She went outside.
I know better than
Well,
that.
you can sit there and dissect all you want to.
She just said she's talked to the boys after the fact. That's a lie. Even I know that, and I have no clue.
There's no there's conflicting stories all about. There's conflicting stories everywhere. Somebody asked this question.
Only pipe he's been fitting is probably Ernie Shells.
Why did you come to YouTube and say anything? Why not keep it between you and law enforcement like you're claiming now? Now, I can answer that question about a lot of things, but it's
Not
just
claiming now. I've never given everything to YouTube, nor will I ever. And I've already made very clear.
Exactly, River. Exactly. Well, she just lied and said that the boys told her that they saw her in the basement or something.
Why the hell I'm here.
And I know better than that. I'm not going to say, because I'm bad about forgetting a little bit, but she did say that the boys told her that they saw her playing.
Business toaster oven.
Which is a lie.
well, that's the way I look at it. I don't think it is our business. I don't think it's our business. I don't think that there's many webs of deceit that have been spun out of this case. There's so many. Twice after Arthur. There's another question about Truth Hurst. Did Candace drive out the driveway twice after Summer was confirmed missing? Do we know that? She popped back out, folks. And we'll see if she'll come
Exactly. Did you catch that? Does somebody not to know anything? She's been on here how long?
Okay.
And running that mouth?
The weather's getting bad here. She might have got it. Folks, we can sit there and dissect this thing all we want to, but the reality is a child is missing. We don't know. Again, this was all speculative on my point. It's not for us to know. It's for law enforcement to find out. I think the weather got it. I don't think she ready to quit. Hey, please. Some of you, I've given them. You have to drop it on the link. I got you. Some of y'all
She just said it, but hell, I forgot about it.
Appreciate all you can.
I done forgot it.
Some of this stuff has been hated.
She said they was talking about the basement.
This is given for Jody Sue only. So any of y'all out there trying to jump on it, y'all jump on it. I'm going to listen to the video. I am going to do that. I think all of us need to. The link is out there, Jody Sue. I think that's what it needs to be done.
I'm glad you guys are hearing this shit.
There's a lot of comments that was probably deleted because of the hateful banter that's coming back and forth.
See, he just admitted comments been deleted,
I'm not gonna
guys.
sit there and push foot around it. Y'all know what y'all are saying.
No, he never booted her. He's blaming it on the weather.
Benefit yourselves and your creators with your hatred, all this shit. I will listen to the video. The weather is bad here, Truth.
I pray for that little girl every day. I pray that them people get the boys.
I'm lucky to still be on here.
Whether I even want to say it for the parents too, just in case they had no clue what happened. I hope that they, them, especially the boys, gets closure of what happened to her, to their sister, unless one of them or the parents was jealous. I'm not going. That's just my opinion. I'm gonna leave it at that. I hope they get closure.
Hours flickering back and forth, so we're going to keep this. Jody Sue, the link's out there if you want to get on it.
I
There's a
mean,
lot of questions that need to be asked. A lot of questions that haven't been asked of several people. No, we're not entitled to these answers. We are not the law enforcement. We've got to get that clear. We're not law enforcement.
and for months, Ernie Shell claimed he had this. He had all kinds of evidence. He had this and he had that. He turned it into FBI, which they never, ever in my life, ever turned anything in to law enforcement. Now, whenever they was busting predators, which the last 3 or 4 I busted, they tried to get Cobb County to work with them, but Cobb County can see through their bullshit. They know they're scammers. And they want to threaten me with Michael Whitmer. I don't give a fuck about him either.
Said that he couldn't be hurt.
He puts his britches on just like me. They've told him that I was a predator. They've told him that I was a child pedophile. I hurt 10 kids. Well, let me tell you, he puts his fucking britches on just like I do. I'll show him no slack. I won't give him no slack. If he don't give me no slack and he talks to me like a human, I'll talk to him like a human. I am for law enforcement. I do back the blue, but I don't mean I'm going to take shit over bullshit lies not coming from me, sorry pieces of shit. Nor will I ever. I don't give a fuck who you are. I don't give a fuck who you are. Let me make that say myself clear. I don't care whether you're in law enforcement, Michael Whitmer. If you give me bullshit because of their fucking lies, I can fucking care less. I'm not going to stand for it, whether you like it or not.
I've never said anything like that. Again, I appreciate all your candor and all your hate that you brought in, some of y'all. But I appreciate all the respect that others have tried to come in with. I really do appreciate that.
They've claimed that I've been in human trafficking and everything else. And it's on my page. That's why it's all through my history, my videos, my short videos.
Appreciate all the creators who was in here. We got it. We can agree to disagree. That's what it's about. But we've got to eventually get past our own noses and go past the fact of making comments, snide comments, just to benefit yourself.
You got to stand for something.
Everybody thinks,
and I'm going to stand for what's right. I don't give a fuck about them. Their lies.
We should be able. We are privy to this conversation. We are privy to all this. That we should be given this information because we demand it. Well, it's not true. It's not true. We're not law enforcement. We are amateurs. It's about time that we all start realizing that. There's a missing child involved. There's a lot of speculation being attacked to people. But let's be real with it, folks. Let's be real with it.
Exactly.
Is the speculation
Did you catch that?
Accusations really for the merit of finding a child, or is it just for clicks and views? I mean, come on, let's be rational here and be logical. You see where I'm going with this? Would you have rather
exactly ran
right there in
5150?
that family situation? Thank you.
Thank you, Ran 5150.
I think it was a conversation we had. I got a lot out of it.
I appreciate each and every one of you.
Y'all give some real good questions. And she answered. Maybe it did not, come with clarity to you. Maybe we need to be more objective. Maybe we need to try to think outside the box. Give somebody an opportunity. I think that would help a lot of us out. But we're so stuck. Some of us are so stuck on trying to find this child. Our hearts are involved in this. And I understand that. And I'm not I'm not trying to disrespect anybody by saying that, but we've allowed our emotions to get the best of us. Honest, there's a lot of questions that I mean, they're still answered for me, but is she the one that's going to answer the question? We don't know. We don't know if she knows it all. Look, she's a YouTuber. She's got a channel. She's had this channel before summer come out. We know that. Are we throwing blame at somebody just on the fact that we got proof, or just because speculation? That's what it's all about. It's all speculation, pure speculation all the way around. We've got to realize that. And the entertainment value is taking over a lot of this and causing a lot of disrespect and hatred and abuse toward people, because it's all speculation. But we're believing the speculation. Is that what we're doing?
I love
now?
each and every one of you. I appreciate
To
you.
where we're letting it control us, to where we're becoming judge, jury, and advocate. I don't know. It seems obvious that it is happening that way, but some of us,
I don't block people for asking
judge
questions.
ourselves that way. That's a good question, Becca. Why does she not look like them? There is all kind of extenuating circumstances. Again, I've always said since day one that this case, Summer's name and her story, has brought so much to the forefront. I mean, they've shed light on so many different aspects of this little town, of this little community.
Thank
So
you,
many
Ram
things that are going on there that might have been in
5150.
plain sight, but people dare talk about. And there's been room to where everything is tried to add up. And if you try so hard, if you run down these rabbit holes with a biased attitude, then you're going to find the answers you want to seek out yourself if that justifies you. But non-biased and sitting back and being objective, you can see we've exposed a lot of things. A lot of the creators have too. Exposed a lot of things that was evil in this town. A lot of things that was going on in plain sight that nobody wanted to see, but it was there. But it does not mean that they all had something to do with Summer. Now, do I think that those things should have been brought to the forefront and brought up? Yes. That's what I've always said. Her name, her disappearance is going to be remembered for a lot of things. There's a lot of people that are disappointed in the fact that because of this child disappearing, that their name and their extracurricular activities, so to speak, has been exposed. That if it wasn't for this child going away, she would not be exposed. Yeah, she's back on. You back, Joe Sue?
Yeah.
Be sweetheart. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be able to hold out because the weather's getting bad here. But I'm just going to try to close it out. But if there's anything else you want to add to the situation, sweetheart, you got everything in the world. You can talk any way you want to.
Not really.
Sure. If anybody's got any quick questions right now, I don't want the redundant questions. I want something. If it's something, I'm going to look through them, and if it's something that speaks merit, then I will ask her. But if it's something that she's already answered, I'm not going to keep browbeating her about this now. There's some of these questions that if you go back and you look at the live, you'll be able to see where she's already answered those questions. And I really do appreciate your candor.
I don't see how she does it either. I've seen her look wild-eyed.
Answers, and they don't want to be fed and let they can go.
I don't watch her because she makes me sick.
Really listen, take off their blinders, what they've been fed, their biases. They can truly listen.
She's not the victim.
And if they want,
they call people like Benny and all of us. She's not a victim.
If they don't like the bullshit,
Summer Wells is a victim.
Creators, then they need to start asking you for small changes that are big, that would stop a lot of the terrible things people are able to do around victims, their cases, their families, the community, neighbors, witnesses, all of it. They can also contact their local and state reps and ask and demand changes, and if they take it to the hill to make laws to stop this.
That's true. God bless you, Josie. You there, Josie?
So that's what they can do. And they can help by sharing Summer's picture and information, calling her by her name. No matter what their theory is on what's happened to her or whether she's alive or not, because she's out here somewhere. And I'd rather her be in a
now this question, I can pretty much answer this question for you. Josie, the weather's kicking in and out, but I can pretty much answer it. You know, we've all at some time, it says, what made you decide to speak in support of the parents and say Summer was loved and cared for when you first posted video on Facebook? I think, and if I can answer, if I can try to answer this for you without you answering, then you can
Yes,
tell me if I'm wrong or
Genevieve.
not. You was trying to be sentimental toward the family, empathetic, because the family, before anything comes out, the fact is the parents.
I thought in the past 2 years, I thought they were actually getting a little better. At the time, I had my doubts about Candace being involved. I didn't know she was abusing Summer like Andy did.
Right.
I didn't know about Dawn's sister. Didn't know all the things we all know now.
Right.
And they were not the best parents, but I thought, well, she spends a lot of time with the boys. She always seems like, you know, this, that.
We all have those kind of people we know. I mean, we've all got those people that we know that might not be, they live their life a different way. You know, they might not raise their kids the way we do. But we still know that it does not make them bad parents, right?
And I mean, these people I thought were really low functioning. I knew they were criminals calling to some point, low class, whatever. But I thought things had gotten better, right? And I thought she was just a DV victim trapped too. And I thought all these things, and in hindsight, all these things come forward, and you realize the extent of y'all are coming
What
from
is
a
it,
place
Genevieve?
where all this is out now.
She got
Most
kicked.
of us
She's back.
too. The community, we were shocked in the first days to realize how many RSOs and everything else were visiting 110, or that Dawn or the sisters or any of that. We were just as shocked and disgusted as the world, y'all.
That's true. Somebody asked just now, what month did she report this to law enforcement? Huh?
I talked to law enforcement as soon as they entered the hall, like second, third car in. We're talking about what months. And those major that out Andy and his activities were the first ones given to FBI.
I've never seen no drugs on them. They brought condoms and toys.
Like, give me a break with this. What month?
That's why I'm just asking. I didn't catch that month part, but I was just curious. I thought it was when they reported this to law enforcement. But as soon as they showed up at the car, third car in, he was already on top of it. He was talking to him, right? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, Griff, immediately I was like, okay, so here's the screen, then all of the, I mean, you get agents locally coming in, then you get the state coming in, then you get the full-on FBI coming in, and it goes on for days and days and days and days. They got the messages. They know what Andy was up to. I'm sick of hearing, when did you report this to the freaking cops?
I got
These
you.
people act like this is Barney Fife and we only talked to one sheriff's officer one time. Y'all use some common sense.
Well, what about Candace's mood? Was she did she have mood swings? Was she how did she talk about the kids? When you talked to her, when you conversated with her, was she real moody at times, or was there any kind of dialogue between her about toward the kid? I mean, did she have a mood swings more or less? I mean, just character-wise. I'm
Like throughout the years?
Yeah, I mean, before leading up to this, did she act like she was kind of mood swinging or anything? Did she have any kind of anger issues or anything? I guess that's what the question is about.
No, I think she took her abuse in a different way, and people will be like, oh, it's mutual combat. And of course, when you mix in
Exactly,
substances,
Princess.
both people or whatever, it's going to be and look that way. But I never once heard those kids come out and say, Mommy's being mean to Daddy again. But those fucking kids did come out frequently and go, Dad's being mean to Mom again.
I got you.
No, but no, I mean, like, I didn't see her do, like, mood swings around. I seen her do
I thought she didn't go over.
like, pulling stuff.
Now you go back through my video or her video and watch. She claims she didn't go over there much until, or go to have any thing to do with them people much on 110 Ben Hill Road. But she knows all this stuff.
Right.
Like, you know, these people are trying to make it, like, like, no, and like I said, we didn't really, like, man.
I know.
Either you know, fooled with them, or you didn't.
Do you think that Dawn and Candace did anything to this child?
I don't know.
Do you think they loved the child, or you think it was just, I mean, because we can look at it from the outside looking in, do you think there was actually affection for this child from these parents? Did they show any kind of ill?
I mean, because
I know that's a hard question to ask. I know that is, but from the outside looking in, 2020, that's hindsight's 2020. Could you?
I mean, there's love to their parent, you know, but there's obvious some issues. There's things there that aren't for public, but I do know that, you know, it's like Summer, man. Wherever Dawn was, Summer was. And she was usually on his hip, but I also seen her on Candace's. But wherever Dawn
This
was,
woman
Summer
must have
was.
been
And
watching
she
them
did
people
love
like a
him
house.
greatly.
But though she said she didn't fool with them
And
much.
she was definitely a daddy's girl.
See what
You
I'm
know, like
saying?
the boys were
She
always
said it
out,
herself.
You know, with Candace, I mean,
She even said a while ago that them's the kind of people she didn't want to fool with. So,
for Summer, I mean, she always was with them or doing stuff with them. I mean, you know, even if it was free, poor activities, she was still doing stuff, you know, and then it's like I thought Summer was the calming influence of the family the last 2 years, and she had gotten older. But then in hindsight, it's like, well, things calmed down with less partying, less teas, less this, whatever going on. Only when like Grandis was around.
Do you think that single-handedly you could have done anything different leading up to this child's disappearance that would have saved this child? Is there anything that you could have done that do you think back, and I mean, hindsight 2020, I know if you've got any kind of conscience, you always think, I mean, everybody does that.
What if?
Wear yourself out doing that, I know.
And the card team and FBI and all of them, they tell me I cannot do that to myself. But it is exactly, and I'll never stop what ifing the hell out of myself about a million things. I think, what if I hadn't stayed?
she acts like they talk to her constantly. They do not talk to her constantly. I know that.
Like,
it's common sense.
You know, what if this?
I mean, I can read people like a fucking book. And I've been watching her and the shit she's been saying. They ain't going to give her too much fucking information. They are not. She sounds, if you go back and listen to her, his live, you'll catch her in several things like with knowing them and all this, and you'll see what I'm talking about. All you got to do is go back and do your homework. 1 minute she don't know them too much. They're not really the kind of people she wanted to fool with, but on down the line, she must have been stalking them or something. If that's the case.
What the fuck is Griff?
I know.
But for me, it's like finding out after the end.
Just go back and watch it.
You know,
watch Griff's live. You'll see what I'm saying.
Summer, like physically, like you know, like beating her or beating her, and he didn't tell anybody. And he specifically told me the reason he didn't tell me is because I'd start shit. Well, he could have at any point taped or recorded, and that would have been enough proof. Even if they didn't do something to Summer, you know, it still would have saved her in hindsight. But he didn't do that, and he knew when he hid it from me. He hid it from everybody. And there are others in the community that knew that Summer was apparently being beat and stuff, and they didn't say a word or report it either. Like, you know, there's so many people in that story.
She's trying to cover her eyes.
But you know,
or something.
Do you think Candace knows more than what she's been telling?
I don't know, but I know she's lying. I know Grandis has lied.
Have you seen lately? Have you seen her? I know Dawn in jail, but have you seen her lately in and out of the house?
Nope.
Is she even staying at the house and stuff?
And don't want to touch on where she's at or anything like that.
But if she's not in the neighborhood, that's fine too, and it's probably a good thing she's not. But
who said she wasn't? Griff?
Are the cops still surveilling the area? Are they still coming through there pretty frequently?
I mean, you know, it's the feds, man. They're still conducting.
That's a good thing. Right. KZZ could have, because he did like women.
Okay, guys. Hurricane Donna asked this question. I don't know. Says, why didn't she text Andy about the screen? Because she did mention that a noise around 214. What's that?
And I do the a separate noise. You all can put a narrative to my timeline all you want, but my timeline stands because I know it. I know what a student experienced can win, and at this point, Jesus Christ, y'all, come on. I have an abuser who's told me to stay in the cabin to do this and the other, who's texted me at noon every day with love you, just check-ins, making sure I'm not out or anything like that, and would catch him in coleslaw. Why in the hell would I be telling him about my day so he'd come home and beat me because I was out of the damn cabin like I wasn't supposed to be? Because he wanted to pretend for coleslaw. And look, I sent her a message where I'm like, I care, are you rested today? And she'd be a bitch, you know? But she don't realize I'm being beat at home if I admit I'm out of the cabin or up running around or that I'm screamed at about it. You know, he was not privy to all my moments, my business, my day, anything else, just because I didn't care to talk to him anymore. It was very little anything for us.
That's a
I was
very
just trying to survive. I was going through cancer. He was doing weird shit to me. He was abusing the fuck out of me, y'all.
here
And
he
my
goes.
children.
Here she goes, making it about her.
Home pushed in. I had my pathology. I was going through radiation, separated from everybody. The voicemail, the last thing I want to communicate with him and tell him every little fucking detail of my day where I know he's screwing something next door to his workplace. Obviously, abusing all of us and telling me to stay in the cabin and knowing I'd get abused more for what. And yes, please explain to me why you think I should tell him every detail of my day. I was barely surviving at that point, and I had insulated myself just to survive the last of it and wasn't sure I was going to. I was positive I would only ever get free in a body bag. But yeah, I should have shared my heart every detail of my day. Yeah, break.
Do you think there was anything that the police department or the LE or the FBI didn't do they should have done in this case?
I'm not going to.
I mean, that's just a question. I mean, I understand. We don't know. We're not familiar with law enforcement, but you know, to try to dictate to them what they've done wrong is about the same thing as what people do.
And it just lends to their content. I'm not going to do it.
I got you. I understand. Well, look, Josie, I appreciate you coming on. I really do. I enjoyed it. Please feel free to come on again. I'd love to have you back. I was not going to, there was no reason for me to try to attack you in any way, and I wasn't going to do that. I appreciate your candor. I appreciate you coming out with honest questions. There's some questions I have not asked you that I really don't think is necessary to ask. Again, I'm not law enforcement. I believe law enforcement's asked you everything that they need to know. As far as the accusation, if you're a liar or anything, I appreciate your honesty. I don't see anything that you said to me.
He's an investigator now.
This child. The questions could be maybe that you're not giving out all the information, but again, we're not law enforcement, and that's the way it should be.
Yeah, like Josie, I don't know the public or YouTube or anything. These are not real investigators. They're not really.
Neither is Griff. Why you on there for? No grifter.
These people feed off of it and profit off of it, and they're already profiting off of our destruction. I mean, as a community, as a neighborhood, it is everything in her case and Summer herself. And, you know, it's like anything they can do for content. But, you know, YouTube in the world is not the police. They are not the feds. They're not law enforcement. And people feel like they're entitled to every little detail of all of our lives. And what its creators.
Griff is a groomer for sucking people in like this because that's all he's got. I mean,
and what they're doing to us in real life, in real time, is okay. And they're nothing more than random citizens. It's basically like being stalked or terrorized by somebody from your workplace or a predator. That's what these people are. These aren't law enforcement.
Ain't nobody stalking
our dogs and our families or bringing out abusers. These are random citizens doing it. It is crimes you are seeing these YouTubers commit, and you all are throwing super chats at them.
I would wish that these other YouTubers, these creators, would come out and answer the questions as well as you do. I wish they would come out and answer questions just as well as you did because
they have.
They're never going to do it. You've got to be held to everything
that you're saying, then
They have. That's why they do their lives, Griff. Indians can't
I-
stand it. Indians can't stand it because the truth is out there. You're a drifter looking for content that you had, and you're a liar whenever you said the money sign wasn't at the bottom, because it was. Now then you took and tried to make her a victim because you're jealous of Benny, because you're jealous of all these creators that's actually put the truth out for over summer. That's the only reason you got her on there. That's the only reason why you talked to Honest Rage. That's why you talked to Ernie Shell. You want to make these people look like they're victims and come against the people that actually has the truth. Pieces of shit.
They do. And I appreciate you coming out there.
They all eventually will be answering a whole lot of questions.
Right.
Summer has indeed shown a good light on a lot of people, including these criminals.
So that bitch is about done. So now then you have it from the Jody Sue and the Drifter. I wanted to go back over it because I was curious what all the kind of shit she could come up with. And I have no idea about the case. I don't know. I know I've had Dawn on panel. I've had Candace on panel. People would say this, people would say that. I'm that kind of guy. I'm nice. But I just wanted to hear what what kind of shit Griff was going to try to pull. So, as always, he's sucking from the bottom on information that's done been put out there. He's sucking off information the make her from her to make her look like a victim. Of course, make Benny and all of the rest of the channels look bad because they're jealous and because they can't have their money and their hand in that money, and they claim that Benny and everybody else makes all this big money, which is a lie. They're jealous, and that's what it's all about. It's jealousy, guys. And this woman, I caught her in so much shit right there. One minute they wasn't the kind of people she wanted to fool with, but on down the line, she knowed every fucking thing about them. I'm just going to paraphrase it, but just go back and watch the video and you'll see what I'm talking about. One minute she didn't know this or didn't know that, but next minute, oh, I don't know. I didn't know them like that. I considered them. I want to say, I think she said her words was, that's not the type of people I wanted to fool with. I mean, come on. Then talking about riding on a 4-wheeler or 3-wheeler, carrying moonshine. Why didn't she tell somebody? But anyways, you guys have a good evening. I've been on here for 4 hours, I think. You go back and share and like it. Go back and see for yourself about her. I mean, I'm just using my opinion. She ain't no better than Griff, Ernie, or Griff, Ernie, or the rest of them. The rest of the ones that's coming against the people that stands true. And that's why they don't like Benny, and they don't like crafting. They don't like Nicolina. They don't like it. They don't like me. I mean, because the truth will stand whenever the world's on fire. So you guys have a good evening. I'm gonna get off from here for a while. I will be doing more lives. I love you guys, and once again, I appreciate anybody that's ever helped me on here. Everybody. I love you guys.